The Bills are back at practice today in Cleveland for a joint practice with the Browns ahead of their Week 2 preseason matchup. Per our own Sal Capaccio on X, the joint practice begins at about 1:20, and we'll hear from Bills head coach Joe Brady right around 12:50. Around the NFL, the Buccaneers, they signed defensive tackle Vita Vea to a one-year, $30 million extension through 2027. Colts coach Shane Steichen confirmed tight end Tyler Warren suffered a groin injury on Wednesday. Seahawks, they signed cornerback Trayvon Diggs, formerly of the Packers. Texans wide receiver Jaden Higgins, tore his ACL during practice on Tuesday. And ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that Alvin Kamara, dealing with an MCL injury now, will miss at least 1 month. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the Rays 7-6. The Yankees, they beat the Orioles 5-3. The Red Sox fell to the Diamondbacks 7-6. And the Mets, they beat the Padres 4-2. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
WGR.
Yeah, we are going to do that again today. Anybody else really sick of it? Like, games, please. Please.
It was really cool last week to get back into it, and for the return of the blue and red scrimmage, all of that. It's past. It's over. It's now, like you said, just games, please.
And they were only at St. John Fisher for what did it end up being? Was
like
it seven practices?
Yeah,
seven practices.
I think it was 7 or not, maybe 9 over 9 days.
Yes,
maybe
that's
the
what it was.
number.
9 days.
Yeah, it was not. Yeah, it was not a lot.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for games. We have games tonight. Maybe we'll put a parlay together a little bit later on.
Whoa.
It is preseason, so even I'm ready for real games. I'm ready for the Wednesday opener on a Wednesday. We get it one day earlier. I do not mind when the NFL moves the schedule all around or when they add games or what. Listen, they add a week to the schedule, and sometimes you'll hear they need to add games. Who wants more games? We all want more games.
Of course.
You might not think you even want more games, but you do, because when that game is on, it's going to be on your TV.
Right.
And you're going to be playing fantasy, and you're going to be betting on it, or you're just going to watch it and enjoy it. And you're just turning these preseason games into something that actually, is meaningful. And I don't know. We'll get into it today about the injuries, but the league is nuts right now. There is more to get into. The Sabres are going to have a new uniform. We knew that. I think we know what it's going to be, but we did get the official drop that it's happening from the NHL and Fanatics yesterday. So a little bit to get to on that. Few guests today. We'll talk to a Cleveland guest because with the joint practice today, it's the Browns' turn. And I heard Mike Shope do his, did he call them the donkey rankings?
Yes, the donkey rankings.
Love that.
Donkey teams.
There was a team I've been railing against the last couple of days that he did not mention that I think should have been on his list but weren't. He also did not put the Browns on his list.
Whoa.
Which a lot of people would. And we'll talk about them today because I thought they were out of the gutter. They were out of being this dumpster fire joke franchise. And that was 3 years ago where I thought, okay, they're good now. They weren't maybe never going to be a Super Bowl team, but they're out of that. And 3 years later, I feel like they are right back in it. They just couldn't help themselves, and they are right back in it. So we'll talk Cleveland today. Also have a Packers guest later on today in the 9 o'clock hour, Peter Bukowski, where we've been running through the Bills' opponents and some of those late season opponents that aren't in the division we have not gotten to yet. And Green Bay is on the schedule in Lambeau, Sunday Night Football on December 13th. That was a game that I was wanting to go to, Bills at Packers, because you only get it once every 8 years. And I like to do one away game every year. And this year, me and my group of friends that like to do that before the schedule came out, we're thinking, okay, Wisconsin golf trip, because Wisconsin golf is incredible, actually. And we will pair that with Lambeau going to Green Bay, and then the game was in December.
Yeah, that blew that up quick.
I mean, we still could go to Lambeau in the frigid cold, the tundra, but I don't know. That Vegas seems like it would be more fun right now. We don't have a plan right now. We're trying to go to Miami as a show.
We are.
Right.
We are trying to go to Miami.
There's been some momentum on that, by the way.
Oh.
Not a lot of momentum. But
we're
a little bit. A little bit, a smidge of momentum
All right.
on the send Jeremy and Joe to Miami campaign
I like it.
for January 3rd. So all that's coming up today on the show. If you got a thought, 803-0550 is the phone number. There was also a Vita Vea Connor Hellebuck debate that I saw on Twitter that I would have loved to get to today.
Right.
But then Vita Vea had to go sign a contract. He couldn't have waited one day
No.
for like the Friday news drop how come all the good news to talk about always happens at 10:01 on a Friday, and the stuff that,
Not so good.
will stop us in our tracks.
Yeah.
We get here.
I mean, was there really even a debate on that poll in the first place?
I
No,
thought
I
there
don't-
shouldn't have been.
I think
think so.
it's Hellebuck by a
Yeah,
landslide.
I mean, he's the best player on the planet.
Yeah.
His position.
Yeah.
And not that Vea's not far off that, but it's a way more impactful position.
100%.
If you're not on Twitter, at Buff Origin Story on Twitter asks, would you rather have the Sabres get Hellebuck or the Bills get Vita Vea if you could only get one? And yeah, same for me. Like Hellebuck in a runaway would have been the answer.
That wins you way, way, way more games than Vita Vea.
More important position, better player, bigger star.
Yeah.
Yeah, more direct influence on winning, I would say.
Yep.
Not that Vea wouldn't help you, but Hellebuck would, shoot the Sabres.
And that could change your entire team. Vita Vea is not doing that for the Bills,
Right.
So.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Hellebuck could shift your identity of your entire roster.
Yeah.
But
the 2 preseason games tonight, just 2, and then 3 tomorrow, and then a bunch of them on Saturday, including Bills and Browns at 1 o'clock.
We got Sunday night
Saturday.
preseason this week, too?
We do. On Fox.
Yes, I
Yeah.
saw that yesterday. I couldn't believe they're putting primetime preseason Sunday night.
Seahawks Titans for that. So tonight, the Bills' Week 1 opponent will be in action. Houston against the Raiders. And I like that game. What do you want in the preseason? If you're not watching for the Bills, what do you want that's going to pique your interest in the preseason? For me, it's rookie quarterbacks.
right.
Yeah.
That's
always the
almost
answer.
always the only thing I'm maybe even looking for. And if there's a star rookie at a skilled position, like when Jeremiah Love played last week for Arizona, like that's intriguing. If there's a number 1 receiver that went really early, that's interesting too. But quarterback is king for this. And tonight you get Mendoza for the Raiders, who I wouldn't say I'm, emphatic. I'm not like super excited about, but I'm curious.
Yeah, it's intriguing.
Yeah. I think he's a character almost that it makes it interesting to watch.
Yeah. There's going to be a little bit of him in shots of audio today.
I saw a report that he's been annoying Kirk Cousins. I'm assuming that was like a spoof account.
Yeah.
That's
right,
got to be.
Right. Okay. Just checking. It wasn't impossible because
The way he speaks, the way he does that, I wouldn't doubt that
Yeah.
would be happening in real life.
Yeah,
so.
we've seen enough interviews of him. Like it's believable that like he could be, driving Kirk Cousins crazy behind the scenes.
The Nandalorian.
The what?
The Nandalorian.
We got to just put Joe Callie in charge.
Yeah.
Joe needs a segment. Joe names a player.
I know.
Nick names a player.
It's
Every day a
unbelievable.
different player in the league. So that's tonight at 8. And then 10 o'clock is Niners and Chargers. The two most... It's funny they're playing tonight. And they did joint practice. And they did joint practice, I think I have this right, in front of the substation.
Oh, no.
Let me double check that. That might be wrong because someone told me that yesterday, but the game's in L.A., so that can't be right.
Yeah, that wouldn't make sense.
All right, so maybe
for
the
them.
Niners took the substation electricity with them.
Yeah, they just
To LA.
radiate it now. They're
Right.
they're irradiated and now it's going everywhere. So they're just spreading the substation everywhere.
Right. But Houston loses a very important piece yesterday. And I know this guy really well because I know in fantasy he's been a hot name this offseason. A guy that I like a lot. I mean, he's not someone who's been going higher than like the ninth round. Like we're talking mid to late round guy. But Jaden Higgins of the Houston Texans is I think a really good wide receiver. He was a second-round pick a year ago. Pretty good rookie year. On a bad offense, he had 40 catches, 500 yards, 6 touchdowns. Like nothing that's going to wow you, but like pretty good start to a career as a second-round rookie who is a number 2, number 3 receiver on his team. He was absolutely, though, the number 2 going into this year.
Right.
And a lot of hype. Like a lot of hype of, Nico Collins working with him in the offseason and ascending from year 1 to year 2. That guy out for the year. Just like that. So many injuries around the league. Yesterday, we're getting new ones every single day. I can't even keep track anymore. There are so many of them.
It is crazy.
And yesterday, it is Higgins who goes down for the year, torn ACL. Man, those things can be career killers too.
Yeah.
A lot of guys do come back from it, but you lose a whole year to that.
And almost a year and a half, because when they do come back, it takes about a half season for them realistically to get to where they were pre-ACL tear.
Right.
And by that point, you're a third-year player, and you have all the excuses of coming back from the injury, and now you're going into year 4, you're in the final year of your rookie contract, and you don't really know what you have anymore.
Exactly.
Right. Which, that's a 2-year delay almost on a good young player like that. It also makes a short-term impact on the Texans because they play the Bills in less than a month, and they don't have any wide receivers. They have Nico Collins. Tank Dell doesn't sound like he's going to be ready to start the year for Houston. So this new-look Bills defense that we've wondered all offseason how good it's going to be. And I've been on record that I think it could be a wide array of results. It could be a top 10 defense in the league. I think it could be a bottom 10 defense in the league. But the last couple of weeks have started sounding like, okay, this could be something that's actually really good. Even Jim Leonard, we heard him on, I think it was Tuesday. We had him live on the show, his press conference.
Yeah.
And he said something that was kind of a follow-up, it felt like to me, from what he said a few months ago, that I don't know that this year, right away, we're going to be able to do all we want to do. Like, paraphrasing, but something along those lines. And earlier in the week, there was more optimism about it. Like, we're figuring out where guys are supposed to go. I like what we're looking at. And he sounded honest about it. And when you have given me, by the way, the honesty already of, I'm not sure how good we're going to be, and later you tell me I'm starting to come around to we could be pretty good. Now I'm willing to believe a coach more often when he's willing to play both sides like that.
Yeah, of course.
Willing to go to both sides.
Yeah.
Many coaches will just tell you everything's great all the time.
Right.
So, okay. And they look great in the preseason game. They look great in the preseason game.
And that was, again, albeit the Panthers, but against starters to start as well. So it wasn't like it was just the backups they were doing well
Yeah,
against.
it was just the backup linemen.
Yeah.
A couple backup linemen, but, right, Bryce Young was in there, and I think Tet McMillan played. I didn't notice. That might be a good sign.
Might be.
That we didn't see Tet McMillan, really, or he didn't jump off the page. So, look good against Carolina. I'd imagine they're going to look good today. I mean, it would be something if they got carved up by Shadur Sanders in a joint practice. So I'm hopeful about the defense a little bit more than I've been.
Yeah.
And now you're going into week 1 to play. We talk a lot about Houston's defense, and they deserve all the respect in the world because I think they're the best defense in the league, and that defense could carry them to the playoffs and maybe even beyond that. But that offense, to be a Super Bowl contender, why Nate Tice picked them from Yahoo to go to the Super Bowl, and why they've been getting some more love, is the offense is going to progress. Because, look, they added a couple of linemen here. Wyatt Teller is there now.
David Montgomery in the backfield now.
Right, the run game is going to be better, and the pass game, it's not just Nico Collins anymore because, hey, Jaden Higgins is coming back into year 2, and he's going to ascend, and at some point in the year, Tank Dell will return, hopefully, and give you something. So, okay, the defense or the offense, let's see it here. But a pretty key piece of that gone, poof, for the year, and they probably make a move between now and the Bills opener. But I'm thinking right now the Bills defense could dominate that offense going into week 1. And the other two teams that play tonight, the Chargers and the Niners, they are the front men for injury luck in the NFL.
Justin Herbert's down his center, if I'm not mistaken, already.
They're down a center now.
Yeah, so
that was the joke I heard yesterday, is that the Chargers showed up to the substation and immediately their center got hurt, but apparently they weren't in San Francisco.
No. But yeah, it's already bad for. He lost both tackles last year too.
Yeah,
like it's
both,
just
both
not,
the tackles on that team is tough. 'Cause they got like the best tackle duo in the league, maybe aside from the Bills.
right. And then you're already down a lineman the next season. Not great.
Is it possible that it is just reputation and it is exaggerated that these two teams are always injured and that something always goes wrong? Or does it feel like it has to be true at this point? We're seeing it more and more this offseason, more so with the Niners. These are the two teams that have more seasons broken by injuries than any other team in the league. The Niners under Kyle Shanahan, if you go look at Kyle Shanahan's resume as a head coach, and I think he's one of the better head coaches in the NFL, and many believe he's one of the best head coaches in the NFL. He gets a lot of credit for part of the offensive revolution, how that's happened in the last 10 to 15 years, the McVay, Shanahan type of schemes and style. Shanahan, his record with San Francisco as a head coach, it's not that amazing. It's fine, but 82-67. It's a 55% win percentage. Okay, that's not bad, but that's not, you're one of the 3 best coaches in the NFL. I mean, Sean McDermott.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Thank you. Yep, I think we all had the same thought.
We're all going to the same place.
Yeah.
Sean McDermott's win percentage was a 662. More than 10% better, 98-50.
Yeah. And he lost his job.
Right. Shanahan has been to multiple Super Bowls. So
that's true. I mean, that does
that
weigh.
Helps.
Yeah.
But why has that happened? 6-10, 4-12, 6-10, 6-11. What are those seasons? The Niners can't stay healthy.
Right.
They never stay healthy. And the Chargers, I would say, are some version of that as well. Sometimes they'll make it through a regular season. This happened last year. You just mentioned the tackles that got hurt. Okay, you were able to get your way to 11-6 without offensive tackles, and then you got to the playoffs, and immediately it was, so you can't do anything. There's nothing you can do. You don't have those guys. You are not winning the Super Bowl. You are not challenging for the Super Bowl. You don't have it.
Yeah.
And there are so many. There has been receiver injuries over the years. There have been a lot of defensive injuries for them. Sometimes it's their own doing. Remember before Justin Herbert was there, the doctor punctured Tyrod Taylor's lung with a needle? I
think Herbert was there, and then Herbert got the start because Tyrod's lung got punctured.
Was that Herbert's rookie year?
I want to say so, yeah.
Okay,
if I'm not mistaken.
So sometimes it is their own doing.
Yeah,
but
right.
These two franchises today are the pinnacle of injuries in the league, and it's just not stopping. I don't think this is something we just do every year and then forget about it. It's recency bias, and it's man, can you believe all the injuries? I don't think that happens every single year. I think it is happening right now, though.
Yeah, for sure.
And there's no real point to make about it. There's no real this is about the climate. There's nothing to say about it other than it's just a bad luck year around the league. The Saints, Kamara in the update there, he's going to miss a month. All their running backs behind their starter are injured.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
They have 4 injured running backs.
They've got no depth in the running back room right now. It's not good.
Rashad White, who I think was in line to be the Commander's starting running back. He might still be. And at the very least, a 1A, 1B split there.
Yeah.
He got hurt doing the
ice bucket challenge.
Ice bucket challenge.
He slipped as he was falling out of the chair and tweaked his knee.
Is that
groin
Yes,
injury? Yeah,
groin
He's got a right groin injury.
Yeah, he spread out and
And he's week to week now.
Great.
That's terrible. I didn't think that was real. I saw a tweet about that and it was somebody got by
I think I saw the thigh doctor slow it down and point to it.
You see it very clearly on the video. He jumps up out of the chair after the ice water gets poured on him, and I think they're on. It didn't even look like concrete. Maybe it was like a stone path.
Epoxy, something like that.
And
yeah.
when he jumps up, his foot slips, and it looks awkward as he's getting up.
That's a recipe for a groin.
Yeah, groin injury.
I have done that.
Yeah, you would know. Slipping into the splits.
Tyler Warren suffered
Yep.
a groin injury yesterday, who is the Colts, who I think are maybe in trouble this year, but they could be good. The Colts already lose Alec Pierce. He's getting his ankle shot up because of off-season surgery, and he's unavailable. So, all right, we got to go sign Keenan Allen. And, okay, then they go into the next day. Tyler Warren, who is their best pass-catching option available, especially when Pierce is unavailable, groin injury.
Yeah. Not great.
Has to be helped off the field, and there's your number one and your number two options in the pass game gone, just like that. And this is not. I'm not trying to jinx anything. Oh, whatever. I'll knock on whatever wood you want. I know, like when we talk about injuries, it can feel like, oh, you're messing with bad juju here, but the Bills are doing fine right now. I want to wrap everybody in bubble wrap.
Right.
Because they're doing okay.
Let them play at this practice, but week 2 of the preseason, we don't need to see Josh Allen again, I don't think.
Right. Every day
they
survive and are safe. Like, that is the goal of every day. And every day you look around the league, I think that point is being emphasized because teams, man, you could have a season interrupted by that, even if the guy comes back, right? Like, you get a soft tissue injury like that in training camp, and then you go into the year, you go into it with week 1, and you're probably not fully past it, but you're playing, and why is that? Now you're 4 weeks into the year, and the guy's only playing, like Tyler Warren maybe, is only doing okay through a few games. Why is that happening? And you might not even think, like, oh, it could be the groin injury he picked up in August, but maybe it's still impacting him.
Yeah.
That was Kincaid with the knee for the past how many years?
Yeah, the knee,
like,
and
it's
then
just like nothing ever really happened. It was just this is bothering this guy, and it's clearly making an impact.
Yeah, and then that led to the hamstring acting up, all that stuff for Kincaid.
I just wonder how many of these injuries, how many of these guys that even will come back, are how many of them actually get back to 100%? You know, like Alec Pierce with this ankle injury. Like, he's expected to play at some point this year. Is he going to be Alec Pierce? Should I expect that he'll actually be right when he comes back? How about Luther Burden? You know, like, this is a fantasy debate. Like, oh, where should you draft Luther Burden? He will be back by week 1, but do I want to be picking a guy that, even if he's back by week 1, is he good?
Right.
Is he healthy?
Is he up to speed?
That's the question.
Is the system still equipped to handle what he does? Yeah, there's a million things that change. When a guy goes out, the team has to evolve to withstand a loss. And sometimes that means moving away from what that guy does. And sometimes you find success, and then that guy's not really as relevant anymore. And, you know, that was a little bit of Coleman, right? His rookie year when he got hurt. And they were frustrated with how he handled it. But it was also like, well, listen, we've got other stuff going on here. Like, we're good, and you can't really just work your way back in. We're winning games. We're not going to change anything.
Right. And then Cooper got injured too with his wrist. Right. So then it was just opening. Like, it was a nightmare.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Another injury down the pipeline, by the way. Defensive tackle for the Commanders, Johnny Newton, undergoing surgery for torn pectoral muscle. Another.
That's indefinite, I think.
Yeah.
That's not a long-term thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're doing surgery right now.
On a pec,
yeah, you're done. There was a Ravens lineman who got carted off the field yesterday. I don't know if it was like a season-ending carting off the field, but
or if it was a training camp one, yeah.
Danny Pinter, I'm not even sure if he's a starter. It was either a replacement maybe for
Falale or maybe.
I don't know. But he had an Achilles injury last year, so again, that was another one from yesterday. Well, today it's Bills and Browns, and hopefully they get through all good on that front, and we can just focus on the stuff that's happening on the field. Again, the Bills have been relatively okay by league standards. The Browns, we'll talk about them today because they're interesting. Their coach is interesting. Mentioned last week, there was a practice that he ended because they were doing red zone, and both quarterbacks couldn't get like the snap in without a penalty. So he threw his what did he have? A clipboard, I think.
Yeah,
Probably a
something
close
like that.
Slammed it on the ground and ended practice. He also ended practice early and abruptly on Tuesday because defenders were being too physical. And that he sat Quinshon Judkins, the running back, their starting running back, in a practice because, quote, he was the object of much of the chippiness on Tuesday.
Oh, man.
So things are going a little weird
wonky over there.
in Cleveland.
Yeah, and of course the Bills are practicing against them when they're getting all chippy and everything. So get ready for some
Yeah, we'll see what we
scrums
get.
today.
I saw a great take from Mike Florio on this that relates to, I mentioned yesterday, one thing I think is crazy about joint practices is it is what the Wild West. You can do whatever you want. The NFL will not get involved at all. Aaron Donald will swing helmets at you and hit you Myles Garrett style. The NFL will not do a thing. And it would be very easy for them to just shut all that down if they really wanted to. Yeah. Get to that. We'll get to the Browns and uniforms because the Sabres are going to have a new one. And we learned that officially yesterday, and there have been rumors about what it is. But there is a uniform that I think the Sabres need to bring back, and I never see it mentioned as something that they should do or will do. And I think they have a great uniform in their closet that they haven't taken out in years. That's awesome. 803-0550 is the phone number. A lot to get to today. If you got a thought, and you can call in now, get in the next segment, and we'll chat with you. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Bills are back at practice today in Cleveland for a joint practice with the Browns ahead of their Week 2 preseason matchup. Per our own Sal Capaccio on X, the joint practice begins at about 1:20 this afternoon. We'll hear from Bills head coach Joe Brady at about 12:50. Around the NFL, the Buccaneers, they signed defensive tackle Vita Vea to a one-year, $30 million extension through 2027. Colts coach Shane Steichen confirmed tight end Tyler Warren suffered a groin injury in practice yesterday. The Seahawks, they signed cornerback Trayvon Diggs, formerly of the Packers. Texans wide receiver Jaden Higgins tore his ACL during a practice on Tuesday, and ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that Alvin Kamara, dealing with an MCL injury, will miss at least 1 month. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the Rays 7-6. The Yankees beat the Orioles 5-3. The Red Sox, they fell to the Diamondbacks 7-6. And the Mets beat the Padres 4-2. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
I mean, we're going to say the exact same thing. You're going to get kicked out if you fight, or if you weren't going to play, you're going to play, or if you were going to play, you're not going to play. Hell, I don't know. And you don't want it to happen, and that's why you've gone to one practice, and hopefully their guys understand that. We understand that. I'm not saying that's what I want. That's not what I'm saying. We're going to do everything within our power to not put ourselves at risk, but I don't have the answer. The players are the ones that have to have the answer. They're the ones that are out there doing it. Right? They're the ones that, in that moment, right, have to make that decision.
Todd Monken on fighting. He's got that raspy. Ever heard Doc Rivers talk?
Yes.
Sounds like Doc Rivers.
It's something.
That's yelly coach voice is what that is. I was just on the football field screaming at my football players for 2 hours.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's already got a raspy voice, so it just enhances it.
Right.
It dials it to 11, which is just a tough scene.
It's hardcore.
And beyond that, it's like I've been yelling for 25 years.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And this is all I got left.
It's a
Yeah.
long-term situation.
And now I'm yelling at Deshaun Watson and Shadur Sanders because they can't complete a pass on the field.
Right.
Yeah. The Browns, I mentioned Mike Shope did a donkey rankings of NFL franchises. He had
We got to look.
He had the Jets, the Dolphins, the Panthers, and then I forget who the other two were. But I don't think the Browns were on there. And the Browns, I really thought they were finally going to be like a relevant NFL franchise for at least a few years. Like, they had it. They sometimes in fantasy, you can have a good team and then you just are addicted to trading and you're addicted to the transaction and the movement and you can't sit still. And like sometimes this is even me. Like, I got to check myself on that. And then you'll end up losing out on a good team because, what did I do? Why did I need to make all these moves? Why did I need to change what I was doing? Like, I think there's a good balance. You don't want to sit still because too many teams do that.
I do too much of that because I get too set on my ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are teams around here sometimes that get, like, you just sit still all the time, don't change anything. You don't want to be that either. But the Browns, who were, I mean, did they have a winning season since they had returned to the NFL? I mean, from, 97, they come back into the NFL. 99, excuse me. And they have a 9-7 year in 2002 where they make the playoffs and they lose in the wild card. I remember that game. I watched it at a bowling alley for a 7-year-old birthday party.
Oh, man.
It's weird. Like, you remember some sport events from when you were a kid, and for some reason, wild card Browns Steelers. Maybe it's because how the game ended. The Browns had the ball in field goal range, no timeouts, and the receiver is reaching for the sideline with like a second left to try to get it. The clock stopped, and he just comes short. It's like the Dyson play for the Titans in the Super Bowl, reaching for the goal line, except he's reaching for the sidelines. But anyways, they're 9-7 that year, and then they don't make the playoffs for 18 years. They actually even have a 10-6 season in 2007 and don't make it. But otherwise, you got 5 wins, 4, 6, 4, 4, 5, 5, 4, 5, 4, 7, 3, 1, 0. Remember the Hugh Jackson?
Yes, Hugh Jackson.
Who claimed on a podcast this week that he actually did a good job in Cleveland. He went 1-31 over a 2-year period.
Nice.
Oh, man.
Nice.
Then they draft Mayfield. Then they have the first pick. And the jersey that fans got in Cleveland with all the quarterback names on it that go back to probably like the 90s, and it's 25 quarterback names that are all bad. They finally get a guy. They draft Mayfield, number 1 overall. And is he the best of the class? No, he's not as good as Allen. He's not as good as Lamar Jackson. But you got a guy who's good, and he makes the playoffs for you. Like, he's the quarterback. He sets the rookie touchdown passing record. Touchdown passes.
Yeah.
27 maybe was the number, 28. But whatever. He's a good quarterback. You make the playoffs. He's got you get an 11-5 season in there, and like, okay, you're starting to turn it around a little bit, and you've got a coach that a lot of people respect in Kevin Stefanski. Like, this is a good coach. He won Coach of the Year, but is he Shanahan? Is he McVay? No, he's not getting that level of credit. But Stefanski and Mayfield, you could live with that. You don't have to change that. You could just live with it for a good amount of time, and you're going to be a relevant franchise. And from what your starting point was, 1-31 over 2 seasons, 18 years not making the playoffs, 1 playoff game since you returned to the NFL 20 years earlier, more than 20 years earlier. You should probably just settle for that.
Absolutely.
I'm not always the guy who says that a team should settle. Like, when the Dolphins paid Tua, I thought that was a monster mistake. Like, don't settle for pretty good quarterback there. Don't settle for average quarterback.
No, it's got to be good.
Try for the best guy. You're in a division with Allen. You got to try for the best guy. Cleveland, Mayfield is a level above that to me. And maybe Cleveland didn't think so off of his last year, which was not good. But
he didn't have a torn labrum.
They should have known better than anybody the injuries that dude was dealing with, and you didn't.
He was playing through them for them.
Right. Just sit still, Cleveland. Just sit still. Yeah. You've got a good coach. You've got a good quarterback. You've made the playoffs. You're relevant again to some extent. You're challenging in the division, and just take your medicine. He had a bad year because of injury, and keep going. And then they just went nuts and had to go have Deshaun Watson. And check all their morality at the door and pay all the money in the world, the dumbest contract that's ever been handed out, all the guaranteed money. And now that quarterback is gone, and they'd love to live the life that he lives.
Yes.
They're not a Super Bowl contender, but they're a playoff team often. In Tampa with him.
Like, Baker was always, to me, is a guy that can win a Super Bowl. He's Darnold. He's a very capable guy. He's not going to elevate you to that. Like, you give him the pieces, and he could do it.
Yeah, with the right situation granted to him.
Great team with probably a great coach, but it's functional. And you had a great coach, I think, in Stefanski there, and some good roster pieces. Like, I remember before, like, right when it was, like, after the draft, there was some, like, the Browns can be pretty good here. Like, they are dark horse contender guys. Like, that last year, going into that last year with Baker, I remember that being a conversation about them. Like, this roster's not bad. Like, if this guy can take a step, like, this is pretty good. And they just bailed on it. And it's weird. It feels very antithetical to me in my own way I think about these things, to think that it was dumb of them to move off of a guy they thought was not that good for a guy they thought would be great. Looking back, it's such a bad decision to go after Watson the way they did, and I wouldn't have done it because of the off the field issues,
right?
Which were peaking at that point in time. It wasn't like they were in the past.
No, it was like that was, you knew what you were getting into when they did that, and that made it stupid in real time for me, and so I can look back on it and say that was dumb. But I typically would like that move from a team. Okay, you got a guy that you think is pretty good, but there's a dude that's unbelievable out there, and you went and did it. Like, I have to respect that on some level, but it was not the right guy to go do it for.
Yeah, I agree. And Mayfield, again, since leaving Cleveland, Carolina was, bad for everybody, right?
Sure.
So if you skip past that,
LA.
he goes to the Rams for a cup of coffee. He has that incredible primetime game where he doesn't even know the playbook yet, but he leads them on like a 95-yard drive to win it at the end. And then that gets him to Tampa. And in Tampa, 3 years, winning record, 2 playoff appearances, 95 touchdowns, 37 picks. All the other numbers are good. Mm-hmm. He's I think a borderline top 10 quarterback in the NFL. And that's the other thing. Like, there is settling for a Ryan Tannehill. I might be I don't even think I'm the minority on this, but it might be a little more debatable. I think Mayfield is a step above that.
100%.
A step above
I agree with that.
Your Jay Cutlers in the NFL, he's not, maybe Romo was maybe in this category.
Yeah.
Romo was really good. Was he the best? Was he in conversation to be the best? Never. But that to me is Mayfield, and you can win with that if you have a really good team around them. Cleveland proved it. They didn't go 11-5 that one year, by the way, with him. They won a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And didn't they have Kansas City on the ropes in a playoff game?
I don't specifically remember that, but
I don't either.
Might be right.
Second round, okay, right. They throttled Pittsburgh in the first playoff game.
I do remember that.
They scored 48 points.
Yep.
It's one of those Tomlin defensive specials in the playoffs. Mayfield puts up 48 points. Then they go to Kansas City. They go to Arrowhead. And, okay, this is the game Mahomes gets hurt. And he's limping around on his ankle.
Right.
And Henne comes in. Chad Henne comes in late. And they convert on like a 4th down to win the game. And Cleveland loses 22-17. Okay, I remember that because we were really close to Cleveland. I think would have came to Buffalo for the AFC Championship game.
Oh, wow.
So they were knocking on the door, and then Mayfield has an injury-plagued season, and then they give up. They give up on it.
Yeah.
And now, 4 years later, they are right back to what they were before Mayfield and Stefanski.
Yeah.
They are one of the worst teams in the league, laughingstock, doormat. What are you at quarterback? Something that's probably not going to go all that well for you, and next year you'll be moved on to the next guy.
Right. Where Mayfield might be a great coach away from potentially threatening for a Super Bowl, right? If they move on from Todd Bowles, who to me is just not great.
And you're right. Like they had a team there with pieces. They had an elite,
Ward and they
Jerry
had an
Jeudy.
elite defense and elite offensive line.
Right. The line was really good.
That was their
you
big
had
thing.
those two things at the same time, which is why Flacco makes it to the playoffs with you after. And if you had Mayfield behind that line for multiple years and you had that defense, like you could have made noise. You really could have made noise. And the owner and the GM, they just couldn't sit still. They had to have Watson, and now they're paying for it, the karma for it.
No doubt.
Today, the Bills will be in Cleveland with the Browns for joint practice. Saturday is the preseason game between these two teams. 803-0550 is the phone number. Sal coming up at 7 o'clock to preview today. We'll talk about Vita Vea signing with the Bucks. And do Bills fans, I want to know from Bills fans if you care when you see that the Bills tried to get a guy. This could go for the Sabres too. How much does it do for you when you find out your team tried on a big name and couldn't pull him in? Because we get a lot of that these days. We called on this guy. We tried to get him. He wasn't moving. A lot of stories about that. Sometimes I think it could actually be a good sign when you compare it to like when Kevin Adams wouldn't take a swing at anybody. But I think there is a expiration date on how many times you could try and not have it happen. And I wonder from fans, do the Bills going after Vea do anything for you? Let us know what you think. Sal's coming up at 7 o'clock here on WGR. in the break, we were just talking about that Browns-Chiefs playoff game in 2020. The Browns were 5 points away from going to Buffalo for the AFC Championship game. That's the first Bills-Chiefs game, I believe, in the playoffs, where the Bills lose kind of badly. Like, they're not ready for this yet. Is that also the Diggs picture? Watching the podium?
That is.
It was almost Cleveland.
They lost, let's see,
29
to 32 to 29, something like that?
No, it was more than that.
Closer. That might be that was the 2025 AFC Championship.
Whatever it was. Cleveland loses that game by 5 the week before. Mahomes
38-24.
38-24.
Mm-hmm.
There's a play in that game where Mayfield throws to Rashard Higgins. James tweeted this in, where Higgins gets hit with a helmet-to-helmet hit at the 1-yard line. They don't call a penalty. He fumbles the ball. It goes out of the end zone. Touchback.
I vaguely remember watching that. I'm not going to lie to you.
I remember that.
Oh, the Chiefs got a call to go there. Sorry. I'm just practicing. I'm practicing.
Yeah, you got to get ready.
Yeah,
warm up.
Yeah.
Like a potential preseason parlay later? Was that real?
We will do that later. we gotta find lines, but we will we will do that later. Sal, when we come back, joint practice, Bills and Browns, and I got some trivia also for you guys a little bit later on as well. I was nice. I saved it for past the 6 o'clock hour. Trivia in the 6 o'clock hour can be mean-spirited. Sal, next.
Bills are back at practice today in Cleveland for a joint practice with the Browns ahead of their Week 2 preseason matchup. Per our own Sal Capaccio on X, joint practice begins about 1:20 this afternoon. We'll hear from Bills head coach Joe Brady around 12:50. Sal joins Joe coming up next. Around the NFL, the Buccaneers, they signed defensive tackle Vita Vea to a one-year, $30 million extension through 2027. Colts coach Shane Steichen confirmed tight end Tyler Warren suffered a groin injury in practice yesterday. Seahawks, they signed cornerback Trayvon Diggs, formerly of the Packers. The Texans wide receiver Jaden Higgins tore his ACL during practice on Tuesday, and ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Alvin Kamara, dealing with an MCL injury now, will miss at least 1 month. In baseball, Blue Jays, they fell to the Rays 7-6. The Yankees, they beat the Orioles 5-3. The Red Sox fell to the Diamondbacks 7-6. And the Mets, they beat the Padres 4-2. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Sal Capaccio now on the Wester hotline. Bills and Browns joint practice today. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off this week. And I will not make a joke about Cleveland being NFL prison or anything right now. Sal actually sent me a picture of the stadium yesterday, like during the sunset, and the lake is there. And my immediate thought was, I cannot believe they are leaving the waterfront, like for their next stadium.
Yeah, and they're going, apparently, I believe, near the airport, right? Which is going to be a beautiful new stadium. Although, I mean, as far as new stadiums go, you always get people who have something to say about the design. And the one thing I've seen about theirs, the one they're going to have here in Cleveland, is it looks more like a convention center than a football stadium. But they're going to have a dome stadium, basically, if you want to call it that. These domes aren't really domes anymore necessarily, like the old tradition of domes. They are leaving the waterfront. We know, the stadium has been here not that long, really, since the Browns came back in '99. You think about that, it's 27 years? Mm-hmm. You think about what Highmark Stadium lasted, right? It's half the lifespan, essentially. And they're going to be getting a new stadium. I agree with you that having it down here at the waterfront is really cool. Now, there's a lot of debate. We've had it in Buffalo. Should you put the stadium downtown? A lot of people believe that is the case. Every city's a little different. I've been to a lot of these, obviously, and Cleveland, like Pittsburgh, has their stadium downtown. And what I like about this stadium being downtown is it's right near the baseball stadium where the Guardians play, right next to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Yep. The basketball stadium is downtown, so everything is kind of centered right there. And it's not a very – it's not – you need a new stadium here, I guess I could say it that way. I know it's only been 27 years. You could do a reno, that's fine, but like they kind of just built one, Joe, to make sure they got their team back, if that makes sense, right? It's not like state of the art. Some of these stadiums that might have been built in the early 2000s, the stadium they have here needed upgrades or a new stadium. But you're right, taking it out of where it is over towards the airport. Is it Brook Park maybe? I have to go look exactly where they're going to do it.
That sounds right.
I think that, and I'm not too familiar with the geography here, but the one thing that I heard is people saying, well, what's going to happen on a Sunday when it's right near the airport and there's parking and flights and all that kind of stuff?
Right. Yeah, that area, I had never been to a baseball game or a football game there, but I went to when LeBron, they thought it might have been his last game in Cleveland. We went to that game, Lakers-Cavs, last winter, and we just parked and, like, you walk to everything, right? Like, everything is right all down there within, like, a walking distance. And, yeah, they're moving to, I think it's like a 20-minute drive at least outside the city. And, yeah, my favorite stadium comment was it looked like the Empire's football team from Star Wars is what the stadium looks like. Because it's all black and, like, slick and everything. So that's a glass roof, right? Also, like, so that kind of makes it an indoor. It's indoor, but it kind of makes it a dome. So
yeah, we'll see. Exactly. How it turns out. It looks like it's going to be beautiful inside from the the renderings that we've seen. $2.4 billion on an enclosed stadium, and Brook Park, as I'm looking now to make sure, just outside. And I mean, 20 minutes? That's Orchard Park. 25 minutes is Orchard Park. So, a lot of these stadiums in the suburbs. So yeah, they are moving out of downtown. when I was younger, people remember the Browns played at Cleveland Municipal Stadium. They shared a baseball stadium, one of those old deals where you did that. And one of the and unfortunately both Bills losses, but until 13 seconds, probably the greatest actual game played football game I've ever been to was 1989 inside that stadium when the Bills lost 34-30 in the AFC divisional round. So ironically, and they lost to the Browns. And I think Kelly and Kosar both threw for over 400 yards. Thurman Thomas was unbelievable.
Yep.
Webster Slaughter on their side. Eric Metcalf with a kick return. And I remember that stadium, and that was something, playing in a baseball stadium that was very, very muddy that day, and that was some old school football. Anyway, that was also right on the waterfront until they built this one.
Is that the Ronnie Harmon? That's the Ronnie Harmon game?
That is.
Okay.
That's the Ronnie Harmon game. He dropped the pass at the end, yeah.
Do you know my Ronnie Harmon game story? I know.
I don't think I do.
How could I have
Maybe.
one, right? I wasn't born for 6 years.
Yeah.
But I think it was maybe COVID time, and all those old classic games were getting uploaded to YouTube in full. So there's no games on right now. Let me watch this game in full. Bills Browns in the playoffs in the '89 season, right? But
in January of '90.
I think I was off by a year in my head because I thought in my head, Super Bowl 25 was in 1990. That was the '89 season. I was 1 year off. So I watched that game, and through the first half, maybe even into the second half, I thought the whole time the Bills were going to win the game. This was one of the playoff games on their way to getting to the Super Bowl. And I think at some point in the fourth quarter, I started second-guessing myself, and I didn't want to look it up. Because now I've arrived I'm watching the Ronnie.
Now you're invested.
Yeah, I'm invested. I'm watching the game with Kelly and Thurman, and I'm watching it not knowing who wins. Like I'm watching it live for the first time.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
I love this story. I've never heard it. I think that's incredible.
And then
I get it. You're thinking 1990, but yeah, it's 1990, January of 90. They go to the Super Bowl the next year.
And then I watched.
And then what did you think at the end? What did you think? How did the end play out for you?
I mean, I reacted the way I'm sure everybody else did. What? Or I was defeated, demoralized. I knew the game existed, so I got to, kind of experience it, in the same way. I wasn't as devastated.
That was the birth, by the way, of the K-gun no-huddle offense that day. The next year they rolled it out because that was the game when they basically left the field and said, if I have my timeline right, somebody's going to say, no, Sal, you're wrong. I'm trying to. It was many years ago, but I believe that was the game where that happened, and they said, we are better when we do that.
Kelly, 405 yards and 4 touchdowns in that game. How about where the Browns are at now, Sal? Bills practicing against Cleveland today in Cleveland. And I was talking about in the first hour how if they had just sat still, feel like they had been this down in the dumps, horrible team for so long. They get Kevin Stefanski and Baker Mayfield, coach and quarterback. They make the playoffs. They win a playoff game. They had Kansas City on the ropes in 2020. Then Mayfield has the bad injury year, and they decide, we're going to do something totally different. And it takes a couple years, and I kind of feel like they're right back to where they were pre-Stefanski and Mayfield. Do you also look at them that way? Do you feel like they're I don't know, not quite laughing stock of the league, but right back to doormat of the NFL?
Yeah, I'll tell you, Joe. I said this to Mike the other day, too, which is it felt like for a while, almost every year, there'd be a little bit of optimism and hope surrounding the Browns, right? Okay, they have a really good defense. They've drafted some studs there. They have Myles Garrett. Okay, they might have a young quarterback, but if not, how about remember the offensive line, a best offensive line in football, right? There were parts of the Browns that you would look at and say, they have something to work with here, and they have draft capital. They've done a good job of that. Feels like almost every other year they're resetting all this draft capital they have. On a side note, going even further back, I remember having discussions with Mike and Chris about, oh my God, how many draft picks the Browns have, and they're so set up, and they're either tanking or just terrible, and they're doing it right. And my position on this has always been, people who listen to me long enough know that, I don't know if any of that matters if you don't have the right people in charge and run the operation correctly, right? You can hit on a quarterback, there's no doubt you could do that, but doesn't matter how many, you're going to keep doing this every year and spinning your wheels if you don't have the right people in charge and making decisions. And that's why some teams are just bad teams all the time. Well, they were a team that felt, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to reset. But it felt like they were doing that all the time. And we'd always be talking about they have 2 first-round picks and 3 second-round picks. And then you get to the last few years, and there's always this bit of optimism. And then they're bad. What's wild is this year, I feel it's the opposite. I agree. Almost every time I turn on the radio and hear a Daryl Ryder or someone from the Fan in Cleveland, someone else, Ken Carman, every time I read something about the Browns, it's basically it's dysfunction, why they can't figure out the quarterback this year. The offensive line is certainly not what it used to be. Yeah, the defense might be pretty good, but there's no Myles Garrett anymore, right? That Jared Verse's a nice player. Denzel Ward's a nice player. Todd Monken's a first-year head coach. He has to cancel or call practice early the other day because guys are getting into too many fights against each other. Hey, maybe this is the year, Joe, to be honest with you, that they surprise everybody because this is the opposite of what we've heard. But I agree with you where this seems like it's not going as planned like it had maybe the last few years when there was some optimism.
Right. And I think they got greedy, right? Like I'm looking back, you're right, because I remember that point being made too about all the draft picks they had. They had 2017, they had 3 first-round picks. 2018, they had 2 first-round picks. They draft in that time. I mean, Myles Garrett is the first overall pick. Then they draft Mayfield. Then they draft Denzel Ward. Like, they got a couple of studs. And then it just, like, you're right, like, all those years after, I mean, Jedrick Willis, like, Greg Newsome, like, they weren't nailing it. And that would go to what you said, like who was in charge. And then they got antsy and they tried to do something different. And I feel like if they had just sat still and Mayfield was their quarterback and Stefanski was their coach, maybe they're not challenging for Super Bowls, but I think they're probably challenging for divisions and playoffs every year.
Think about that. I'm looking at that Mayfield draft. First 4 picks. Ready for this?
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield, Denzel Ward, Austin Corbett, and Nick Chubb.
That was their first 4 picks.
Those are their first 4. First 2 rounds.
That's incredible.
And I'm not saying Austin Corbett's a stud, but he's with the Bills now is why I'm bringing him up.
Yep.
And he's put in some time in this league. He's played in this league. We know Nick Chubb was an excellent running back. They got that year, Antonio Callaway. But anyway, the point is that was right after Myles Garrett, Jabril Peppers, David Njoku. Like they had some players on their roster.
Yeah.
And then you get Mayfield. I think, Joe, that people forget Baker Mayfield's first year in the NFL, did he get Rookie of the Year votes? I have to look back at exactly,
he set
AP Offensive Rookie of the Year. He was second in the voting. Offensive Rookie of the Year is his rookie year.
And he set the passing touchdown record for a rookie. I don't think it was like a crazy high number, but I think 27 was the record. Maybe that's been broken since. But yeah, he was pretty good as a rookie, and then they had that playoff season. Well, here they are now, and again, expectations are low. You mentioned how much criticism they're getting and how low the bar is. And how much of that for you is just what they are right now at quarterback? And there's what they should do. I don't even know if there is a what they should do, right? Like, what's the right answer, I guess, for them at quarterback, going into this regular season?
I really like the way Daryl Ryder put it with Shope last night. So I'm driving in, and I'm listening to Daryl on the our afternoon show, and he covers the team over here in Cleveland. His take is Deshaun Watson just doesn't have it anymore. Like he watches him, he just can't play. He can't play anymore. Physically, he's not a quarterback that you should be relying on, and he's not the same quarterback. He had some flashes when he was young. Mm-hmm. Shedeur Sanders is not ready to play and not ready to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. But the difference is he's younger. He's in his second year, and you have to give him the opportunity because of that. Like that was the way he looked at it. So basically, their beat reporter here, who watches every practice and game, says they don't have a quality NFL starter on their roster right now. So just go with the young guy because what else do you have to lose? At least allow him to develop in games. And that said, though, one of the points that he made was Shedeur Sanders is so polarizing. Like if you say it's one of those deals where you say something negative about him, and there's a lot of people that come out of the woodwork to tell you how much you're a hater and he's so young and all this kind of stuff. Like he's a polarizing figure because of who he is, because of who his dad is. We get that everywhere, right? You could say that about when Josh Allen was drafted or even E.J. Manuel. It doesn't matter. You get that all the time. But because of Shedeur's name, that adds a little bit of fly in the ointment, right? Like he's such a polarizing figure. And oh, by the way, so is Deshaun Watson. Like, you have these two quarterbacks on the roster, Joe, who either guy that's on the field, aside from the football part of it, there's so much more that goes along with it, and that's a huge deal that they're dealing with.
Right. And there's you mentioned like the big personality that you have with Sanders, and a lot of fans will be drawn to that. It's maybe not that different than when Manziel was there, right? Like, you want to see him because of the college career and the profile, and that doesn't mean though that it'll go well. And that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I would do the same thing what Daryl said. Like, go with the young guy. It's clear Watson cannot play in the NFL anymore. So what other choice do you have? Like, go with the young guy and just see what happens. And if it goes really poorly, then you'll just, do what the Browns have done a lot in 25 years, which is just move on to the
try
next
it again
guy.
next year.
Right, with a different
I
guy.
mean, I guess the difference, as you know, though, would be Manziel was a first-round pick. You had to play him, right? Like, you have to see what you have. You invested that. Manziel's a first-round pick. That's not Shador.
Right.
And if they're even, I agree. If they're even, you go with the young guy. Why would you not do that? You got to get him reps. Because if they're even and you go with the other guy and it doesn't go well, you've just wasted 6-8 games a season on development. So you might as well do it that way. So yeah, we'll see that today. When they have the joint practice today, I think it's going to be a very big watching point for all of us. We know who the Bills quarterback is. We're going to be watching the Bills defense, of course, a little more intently than what the Browns quarterback is doing, but that's going to be a piece of it. And apparently, from what Daryl said, the Browns defense has looked very good in camp. But is it because they're very good, or is it because they're playing against quarterbacks who really can't do much right now?
Right. Yeah, in terms of what the Bills will see today, and then maybe to some extent on Saturday also, Sal, look, on the Browns defense, there are a couple of nice pieces. I don't know, again, like how good the unit will be overall, but even Jared Verse, getting him back from Myles Garrett, he's not as good as Myles Garrett, but he's a really good young player, and there are others on that defense that the Bills will, have to go up against today and Saturday.
Yeah, and look, we've talked a lot about DJ Moore against Christian Benford in one-on-ones, right? Well, Denzel Ward today will be a guy, that maybe they'll go against. I love watching the one-on-ones, and we'll see if they get matched up. We'll even see, honestly, if DJ Moore is practicing today. That's going to be a story today. Who's practicing, who is not practicing, Joe, because the Bills have been without a few guys here, and they missed some guys on Tuesday at the open practice back in Buffalo. So, today is a day where we'll see if they get some guys back, and what that looks like for them. The good news is, when you're in a practice setting like this, generally rules apply where you don't hit the quarterback. So, as where Josh Allen got touched a few times, to say the least, in Saturday's preseason game and grabbed and pulled on and things like that. You don't get that today. You shouldn't get that today, at least. So you can get some work in with Josh Allen and the first team offense going against a live defense, but not having the quarterback get touched like a regular practice setting. And I just wrote at WGR550.com this morning that Jim Leonard, what he was asked, what do you want to see from your defense? He said number one is physicality. So I expect it to be a physical practice today, and you hope that everybody gets out healthy. You hope there's not a lot of fights, and things are going to happen, skirmishes, scuffles, whatever. But you hope you get out of it and get the work accomplished and everybody stays healthy.
Yep. That is, I think, going to be a story that is told if they're able to get through this week and next week, and they can go to the regular season as healthy as they are right now, or even maybe a little bit better if guys come back. Because, Sal, every day, I think this preseason has been brutal around the league. Jaden Higgins now, which impacts the Bills in week 1. For the Texans, is out for the year. Tyler Warren, the top tight end for Indy, groin injury yesterday. Rashad White got hurt doing the bucket challenge in Washington.
I'm sorry, what? He did?
Yeah, he did. He slipped on the...
I didn't see this.
Getting up out of the chair, he slipped on the path and hurt his right groin. And he's week to week now.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
Terrible. So, it's right. Some of those are bad luck. Some of those are, football. But I feel like if the Bills can get through this camp and preseason with not a lot of bad injuries, there will be a story told about the effort they put in and how maybe they did some things different in training camp to try to stay as healthy as possible.
And they have. I believe they have, just from my own observations, Joe. I think that they've backed off a little bit in training camp. And I think when fans hear and see the list of players not practicing, when we go out there and say, here's who's not in uniform, here's who's not practicing, a natural reaction has been, oh my God, here we go, all these injuries again. I would tell you this. It feels to me like the Bills are being very cautious and just not leaving anything to chance and saying, if you're banged up a little bit, we're holding you out of practice. I don't think there's anybody of the list of the guys that haven't been practicing that's really a long-term concern. Now, that said, I don't know, Keon Coleman in a walking boot, but it feels like that's just something that they're, managing right now. And we'll see where that goes. And then Connor McGovern, he's the one saying, hey, I'm going to be ready week 1. So he's the one using that term. So if that's the case, how close do you get? I think otherwise it feels like it's just, hey, we are making sure we get everybody through this healthy. We're backing off and not pushing anybody, to any extra extent that they don't have to be in. So to me, it's the injury story with the Bills right now and through camp is the volume, the number of players, not the specific, oh my God, like you just mentioned those guys, like they're out for a while.
Yep.
That really hasn't happened, knock on wood. And I think that's kind of like a bit intentional, so to speak, because the Bills are like, we don't want that to happen, so let's back off as much as we can.
Right. And again, so far they're getting good results out of it. Yeah. We're all knocking on wood that holds up here. And then there's also how they execute that and how they go about it in the preseason. And so I guess it could be dependent, right, Sal, on like what happens today on the field for what their plan is on Saturday. How do you think we'll find out about that? I don't like the schedule today is that Joe Brady will speak before practice, right? So I don't know that he would say much or even know himself what his plans are for Saturday. Will the media and you guys talk to him again before Saturday, or are we kind of going in blind if he doesn't say anything today?
I don't believe we are going to, from anything that I've received.
Okay.
So today will be the last day for that. He could tell us today that it's going to be dependent, like you said. He may say, we're going to get as much work in with the starters, and then, I don't plan on playing them. He could say that.
Right.
Generally, coaches aren't going to give those guys the out. They're going to make them work and say, hey, depending on how well you do and how the effort you give, then we can back off you on Saturday. He may want to have them go Saturday and get more reps under their belt. So I think everything is on the table, but after last week, seeing a really nice showing from both the starting offense and starting defense, having a couple guys go down a little bit, it might make sense to not do that. And, maybe they play again in the final preseason game at home. That is just going to be, remember, that's only, 5 days after this game. And then you have 17 days before the first regular season game. So maybe there's some strategy, there as well. So if you have any inkling at all to play anybody next week, Thursday against Pittsburgh, maybe it's smarter just to do it a week beforehand, like today, instead of on Saturday. A lot of times, though, coaches will not really reveal because they want their guys to go out there and just kind of concentrate on what they're doing in this joint practice setting.
Lastly, Sal, it was reported after the Vita Vea signing in Tampa Bay, one year extension, $30 million to stay with the Bucs. And Jordan Schultz reported that the Bills were among two teams, the Bears were the other one, he said, that had interest in trading for Vita Vea. I'm not really that surprised, I guess, that they would have been in on that and at least trying to get something done there to that extent. I think, what might be interesting here is that they felt, and they must have, right, if they were willing to call and go down the road at all, they must have known they have a way of getting a player with a $22 million cap hit right now onto their books before you can extend him. And isn't that kind of noteworthy? Like, we've talked about where they're at cap-wise. They might be a little more flexible than in past years. Like, if a guy has a $20 million cap hit and they think they can go trade for him, I feel like there have been a lot of times in the past where it's, this guy's got a $15 million, $18 million cap hit. You can't do anything because you got to have that day one ready to go.
Yeah, the fact that you would even have those discussions opens that door. I wonder if that was a barrier at all, if it just got to a point where, we don't know that right now, if maybe they talked and maybe Tampa was a little more willing and the Bills eventually said, like, it's just really hard for us, we can't do it, and then Tampa had to pivot and say, okay, we're going to re-sign him. But I agree with you that if you're going to at least have that discussion, make that phone call, then you have to have some sort of ability to be able to do that. It can't be a non-starter. It felt like this was probably where it was going to end up all along. He got some money, kind of just like, now he's not the same player, but Myles Garrett last year with Cleveland.
Yep.
And that guy came out and said he wasn't going to play for the organization again, right? And then they gave him the extra money, and then like the year later they trade him. So yeah, I agree with you, and I don't know what the compensation would have been. I would say that the Bills seem like they're pretty happy right now with what they have up front, but man, you add a guy like that to the middle of your defense, that obviously could be a game changer.
1:20 today for practice, right?
Yeah, 12:50 p.m. Joe Brady.
Okay.
So the way it works is Browns players, the Browns are on their media schedule, Bills are on their media schedule. They get together for the practice at 1:20. Browns media schedule is their players will start speaking at 12 p.m. Then at 12:50, Todd Monken is speaking at the same time Joe Brady is speaking, the separate medias. So they're not doing that like separately or anything like that. Same time. And then at 1:20 p.m., the two teams will be on the practice field. That's in Berea. That is, again, about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, I think, outside downtown where the stadium is. So it's going to be at their practice facility out in Berea.
Perfect. Thank you, Sal.
All right, you got it.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. He mentioned he wrote about Jim Leonard in the defense on our website, WGR550.com. You can check that out. We'll talk more about Vita Vea when we come back here and what the Bills' pursuit, however strong it was, of Vea means for big ideas going forward. And I think that could mean in the season. Like during the year, a team that's at the bottom has a guy they want to move, and I feel like the Bills are going to be in those discussions maybe more than past seasons once we make it to week 1. 803-0550 is the phone number. Jonathan Peterlin coming up on the Browns at 8 o'clock as well here on WGR. Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. It's your sink backing up. Maybe you got a drain that won't clear. I mean, it could be anything. I've had water in the basement before, which where the Browns are at now. Total nightmare.
Bills practicing
under
against
the Cleveland today in Cleveland, and I was talking about in the first hour how if they had just sat still, feel like they had been this down in the dumps horrible team for so long. They get Kevin Stefanski and Baker Mayfield, coach and quarterback. They make the playoffs. They win a playoff game. They had Kansas City on the ropes in 2020. Then Mayfield has the bad injury year, and they decide, we're going to do something totally different. And it takes a couple years, and I kind of feel like they're right back to where they were pre-Stefanski and Mayfield. Do you also look at them that way? Do you feel like they're I don't know, not quite laughing stock of the league, but right back to doormat of the NFL?
Yeah, I'll tell you, Joe. I said this to Mike the other day, too, which is it felt like for a while, almost every year, there'd be a little bit of optimism and hope surrounding the Browns, right? Like, okay, they have a really good defense. They've drafted some studs there. They have Myles Garrett. Okay, they might have a young quarterback, but if not, how about, remember the offensive line, a best offensive line in football, right? There were parts of the Browns that you would look at and say, they have something to work with here, and they have draft capital. They've done a good job of that. Feels like almost every other year they're resetting all this draft capital they have. On a side note, going even further back, I remember having discussions with Mike and Chris about, oh my God, how many draft picks the Browns have, and they're so set up, and they're either tanking or just terrible, and they're doing it right. And my position on this has always been, people who've listened to me long enough know that, I don't know if any of that matters if you don't have the right people in charge and run the operation correctly, right? You could hit on a quarterback, there's no doubt. You could do that, but it doesn't matter how many you're going to keep doing this every year and spinning your wheels if you don't have the right people in charge and making decisions. And that's why some teams are just bad teams all the time. Well, they were a team that felt, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to reset, but it felt like they were doing that all the time. And we'd always be talking about they have 2 first-round picks and 3 second-round picks. And then you get to the last few years, and there's always this bit of optimism. And then they're bad. What's wild is this year, I feel it's the opposite. I agree. Almost every time I turn on the radio and hear a Daryl Ryder or someone from the Fan in Cleveland, someone else, Ken Carman, every time I read something about the Browns, it's basically it's dysfunction. Why they can't figure out the quarterback this year. The offensive line is certainly not what it used to be. Yeah, the defense might be pretty good, but there's no Myles Garrett anymore, right? Jared Verse's a nice player. Denzel Ward's a nice player. Todd Monken's a first-year head coach. He has to cancel or call practice early the other day because guys are getting into too many fights against each other. Hey, maybe this is the year, Joe, to be honest with you, that they surprise everybody because this is the opposite of what we've heard. But I agree with you where this seems like it's not going as planned like it had maybe the last few years when there was some optimism.
Right.
With the Browns ahead of their Week 2 preseason matchup. Per our own Sal Capaccio, the joint practice begins about 1:20. We'll hear from Bills head coach Joe Brady at 12:50. Around the NFL, the Buccaneers, they signed defensive tackle Vita Vea to a 1-year, $30 million extension through 2027. The Colts coach Shane Steichen confirmed tight end Tyler Warren suffered a groin injury practice yesterday. Seahawks, they signed cornerback Trayvon Diggs, formerly of the Packers. Texans wide receiver Jaden Higgins tore his ACL during practice on Tuesday, and ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that Alvin Kamara, dealing with an MCL injury, will miss at least 1 month. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the Rays 7-6. The Yankees beat the Orioles 5-3. The Red Sox, they fell to the Diamondbacks 7-6, and the Mets beat the Padres 4-2. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Sack. His team leading 4.5 on the year now for Vea, and it's 4th down. Say his name.
Well, he's going nowhere. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off this week. Vita Vea will not be one of the big things that happens while Jeremy's on vacation because he is going back to Tampa on so it's a 1-year extension. So basically it ties him there for this year and next year. And then I guess he could hit the open market after that if he really wants to. I think, so the Bills were reportedly in on Vea, and Jordan Schultz listed them with Chicago as the two teams that were interested in acquiring Vea. But the Bucks really shut that down. They never wanted to move him. And this is why when a guy demands a trade in the NFL, it's like you can't buy it ever. Because is it 80%, 90% of the time the guy doesn't actually get dealt? They never get dealt. Very different than the NHL. NHL, we've talked about, they demand a trade there, they almost always get moved. NFL, it's always about money. It's a tool to negotiate a bigger deal. And that's exactly what happened here. Maybe Vea really did want to leave, and Tampa said no, and like, okay, what are my options? I feel like that's what happened with Garrett a year ago. Garrett truly wanted out of Cleveland. The Browns were playing hardball, and he had to decide what he wanted to do. Fight them on it all the way to the season, or back down and take the money. And he backed down and took the money and got out a year later. Vea might have really wanted out. But, all right, $30 million, 1-year extension. And then you don't have to sit out into the regular season and take fines and, now bad blood between you and the organization. Like, okay, I could pass on all that. I'll just take the money. Doesn't matter either way. Another trade request comes and goes without a trade actually happening. So I don't know when the next time a star player will become available where we'll want to talk about it and the Bills being in on it. But we mentioned this quickly with Sal, that I believe it is important to note that the Bills thought or knew they had a way of getting Vita Vea onto the team with a $22 million cap hit. Right now, you have to have $22 million available when you trade for him. So that could have been Dawkins. Maybe there's more things you could have done with Allen's contract. Whatever that was, Spencer Brown, they have $11 million in space. They know of a way to get another $11 million in space to get a player like that. That is more flexibility, I believe, that they have going into the year than they've had in any of the last couple of seasons, where any guy that is getting traded middle of the year, big cap hit, we can't do that. We don't have the room. We don't have the flexibility to do that. We've got to trade for Amari Cooper, who has all the money basically paid out already on his deal, so he's only going to cost us a couple $1 million. Not that was a bad idea. He was a good player.
Right.
And I think we could really start looking at who's going to be bad and who's a veteran that could get moved off that team and realistically think the Bills could do it. And I mean, there are a couple teams. I've not done all who are the players on these teams, but Arizona's going to be bad. Miami's going to be bad, but they're in the division, right?
Right.
Like, you could start looking at Arizona's got Buda Baker. Bills don't need a safety right now, but if C.J. Gardner-Johnson has trouble staying healthy into the middle of the year and the Cardinals are going to trade Buda Baker, I feel like the Bills can go get Buda Baker.
Yeah.
Or a receiver, or a defensive end, or a linebacker. Like, whatever they might need by deadline time, I think we're talking about it.
Yeah.
Anybody. And there is they can't do that because of the cap.
Do we think them not landing a fish like this has always been only due to the cap? Or do we think that Brandon Beane's tendency to want to keep his good players instead of moving them for a risk, in this case maybe a lower one if you're trading for an active player, but I think it's been a theme for him here, whether it's contracts or trades like this that we're talking about, where it feels like there's a hesitancy to move off of something he knows and is comfortable with. And that doesn't have to be wrong, and that doesn't have to be what stopped these deals from happening. But I think that if we get to this place where, okay, the cap really shouldn't be an issue. You can fit, you thought at least, you felt comfortable enough to call on Vea that you can fit in a guy with that kind of cap number. Like, okay, that's one less hurdle. How many more hurdles were blocking them from these deals?
Right, because then it's just, at that point, it's a willingness to part with whatever the price is for the player.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Which, I mean, you want to argue that he paid a big price this offseason for DJ Moore? Sure, but that's Again, I'm talking about dealing a player that might hurt in some way.
Right.
And if we're talking about acquiring somebody like this, like the Rams had to trade Jared Verse.
Yep.
Would Brandon Beane have ever traded Jared Verse ever? I don't think so.
It's a great question, and we'll maybe never know the real answer to it. My guess is you're right. That if they had Jared Verse, they would not.
If they were getting Myles Garrett in return, though, the best defensive player in the league, one of the best players in the league, I think you're sending Jared Verse no matter who you are.
That's why it's a good question, though, because my gut says if the Bills have a young player like that, they don't feel the need to make that giant swing. They've already got the guy.
Exactly.
But this is the one player where I'd wonder if they would break that philosophy because Beane loves Myles Garrett.
Right.
Yeah.
And said as much when he was, what was it? It's the Taylor Lewan podcast last year. Like, one player in the league you could have, and like you can't say his name, be like the guy that plays where LeBron used to. Mm-hmm. And like he basically he told you it was Myles Garrett without telling you it was Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
Would you do it for that one player? Maybe. But
how likely is it that kind of player is ever available again when he's the GM, though? How? Like,
a defensive end?
Yeah,
No, it won't.
Or any
it won't.
position that guy's available. That's Justin Jefferson. That's
right. That guy's tough. That's a Hall of Famer.
Right.
Yeah.
That is a first ballot. This guy changes everything, and that's the only way you're ever trading that player.
But when we talk about them getting a big fish, that is the biggest fish.
Right.
And that would be great. I'd love that. Do we need them to get the best player in the league, or do we need them to get one of the best players in the league at their position? Today they are practicing against the Cleveland Browns. The Browns fit this description as a team that is likely going to be really bad. And by deadline time, you're going to want to pick apart their roster and figure out, is there anybody I can trade for that's a veteran on that team that could help me? And, okay,
Jared Verse.
Rank the 7th best player at his position in the NFL by scouts and executives in that ESPN poll by Jeremy Fowler. Denzel Ward. Denzel Ward's great.
It's awesome.
He's 29. If they're terrible, he has a $19 million cap hit. I don't know if the Bills will need a corner. They could. If Hairston can't stay healthy and Igbinosun isn't, if he's looking like a rookie.
Yeah.
But let's say corner's not going perfectly for the Bills by deadline time. Denzel Ward is not Myles Garrett at his position. He's not Justin Jefferson at his position. He might not even be Vita Vea. Maybe he's closer to that. He's a great player. I would qualify him as a big fish.
Right. Me too.
A big enough fish to do the thing we've been saying they haven't done. Go get one of the best. Go get a star. He's not a superstar, but he's a star, right? Mm-hmm. Guy like that. And I would feel like, again, with this Vea evidence, their chase and their pursuit of him, that if they felt like they needed a corner come deadline time, they could go get Denzel Ward. The cap is not going to stop them from getting Denzel Ward.
No, they could do whatever they were going to do for Vita Vea. You're absolutely right. And the fact that they have that mobility is kind of refreshing because, like you said, it hasn't been like that in years past. But I just don't know. I guess the more I'm like sitting here just thinking about this, is this not the year where you kind of have Deion Walker who could be a star for you, right? Like I know that's
if
could
other
in front of that.
guys on the team develop as stars.
Yeah,
sure,
like
of course.
I feel like that is this year more than any, especially with the scheme change on the defensive side of the ball.
New head coach.
Yeah, like there's the year to do this was probably 1, 2, 3 years ago when they were just refreshing in the offseason, same after same.
But to Owen's point, they might not have had the cap
No,
flexibility at those times to do it.
Yeah.
Which is why I think just because other guys develop into great players, that wouldn't make me want to not go acquire other great players last. That would make me actually want to get those guys more.
Exactly. Give me
And
more of this.
Again, like I do wonder though, like what are the limits of it? $22 million. All right, that wasn't the limit of it. Is $35 million a limit? Mm-hmm. So that's Max Crosby. What if he's off? What if he answers all the knee questions early in the year and the Raiders are bad and like that pops up again? Middle of the year, it's, okay, we're back doing this. We're talking Max Crosby again. He could get traded.
WWLAD.
There's going to be a... Right.
What would they do? They'd go get Max Crosby if he's available, right? If he's playing through all the injury and playing well and on a bad team.
True. But even though the Bills might have more flexibility than they've had, I wonder what the limits of that are. And my guess would be like $35.7 million cap hit would be a lot tougher for them.
Yeah.
Maybe even impossible for them to get in. Because getting to 22, you might have a mechanism for that. But finding another $13 million after that.
It seems like a big ask without a player out.
But anybody around that number, 22 million that Vea was due this year on the cap. Any player between now and the deadline that fills a need for them, that is a great player, that is made available for trade, I'm going to want to talk about that player.
Yeah, I think it will be there will be a point this season. I think this happens almost every year where there's something we all look at and go, they need something there. And now they will not have, at least to a point, we can't, the cap. That excuse is now gone. So we're going to get an answer to my question about whether you willing to do it? Like, are you going to sacrifice something that hurts to risk getting better? Mm-hmm. That's the question I have right now. And I think we'll probably get an answer this season.
Kayvon Thibodeau could be another one of these guys. $15 million.
Yeah,
you could do $15 million if he were ever made really available for trade. 803-0550 is the phone number. We'll talk with Jonathan Peterlin on the Browns. If you're on hold, we'll get to you coming back here at WGR. In terms of what the Bills will see today and then maybe to some extent on Saturday also, Sal, look, on the Browns defense, there are a couple of nice pieces. I don't know, again, like how good the unit will be overall, but even Jared Verse getting him back from Myles Garrett, he's not as good as Myles Garrett, but he's a really good young player, and there are others on that defense that the Bills will, have to go up against today and Saturday.
Yeah, and look, we've talked a lot about DJ Moore against Christian Benford in one-on-ones, right? Well, Denzel Ward today will be a guy, that maybe they'll go against. I love watching the one-on-ones, and we'll see if they get matched up. We'll even see, honestly, if DJ Moore is practicing today. That's going to be a story today. Who's practicing? Who is not practicing, Joe? Yep. Because the Bills have been without a few guys here, and they missed some guys on Tuesday at the open practice back in Buffalo. So, today is a day where we'll see if they get some guys back, and what that looks like for them. The good news is, when you're in a practice setting like this, generally rules apply where you don't hit the quarterback. So, as where Josh Allen got touched a few times, to say the least, in Saturday's preseason game and grabbed and pulled on and things like that. You don't get that today. You shouldn't get that today, at least. So you can get some work in with Josh Allen and the first team offense going against a live defense, but not having the quarterback get touched like a regular practice setting. And I just wrote at WGR550.com this morning that Jim Leonard, what he was asked, what do you want to see from your defense? He said number one is physicality. So I expect it to be a physical practice today, and you hope that everybody gets out healthy. You hope there's not a lot of fights, things are going to happen, skirmishes, scuffles, whatever. But you hope you get out of it and get the work accomplished and everybody stays healthy.
Brought to you by Paula's Donuts, made with love. Paula's Donuts is a free donut waiting for you. Every weekday brings a new deal. Monday, buy a dozen, get 2 free donuts. Tuesday, buy a breakfast sandwich, get a free donut. Friday, get a free donut with any drink purchase. Check paulasdonuts.com for all of the weekly, daily deals.
We might get some drama and chippiness today at Bills-Browns joint practice. I do not believe it will rate the same way Philadelphia, New England, who had joint practice. Coincidentally, after they traded A.J. Brown to New England, and, drama more than chippiness. Right. A.J. Brown coming out in the field, ran right past all the Eagles guys, except for Big Dom. He slapped up Big Dom.
Of course.
And then ran past everybody else.
Oh, my gosh.
He got asked if he's talked to Jalen Hurts since the trade. He said no. There was a follow-up. He did not want to talk about it. He said asking that question is going to turn negative. So, didn't leave things great, I guess, with Hurts.
I mean, I wouldn't expect anything different.
No,
he, I guess, dominated the Eagles' secondary. He went 7 for 7 targets to receptions and team drills.
Whoa.
And Sal Palantonio said that A.J. Brown far and away was the best receiver from both teams on the field.
It's a tough scene there. Also, Jalen Hurts throwing picks to that secondary in practice is a tough look now. If A.J. Brown's all over it with Drake May. Not a good look for the Eagles there. Potential Sean McDermott rebounding coming in Philadelphia after this season.
Right.
The Patriots reporters love keeping stats during training camp.
Yeah, we were going through this last week, right?
Yeah. Jalen Hurts they had yesterday throwing no touchdowns, 3 interceptions, and 1 pick six.
Yikes. Jeez. Are you kidding me?
Although I'm looking, one of the interceptions was to a wide open Eagles receiver. It went off his hands and into the hands of somebody else.
Okay.
So that is not his fault.
Yeah, that's not.
But that's just one play. They play in the preseason, I'm assuming, but you're not going to get A.J. Brown in the preseason game.
No.
I don't think. When we come back on Cleveland, Jonathan Peterlin, 92.3 The Fan, on what the Browns have cooking for the Bills today, Saturday, and then what they're looking at quarterback-wise going into the year. That's next here on Jeremy and Joe on WGR. They might have really wanted out. But, all right, $30 million, 1-year extension. And then you don't have to sit out into the regular season and take fines and, now bad blood between you and the organization. Like, okay, I can pass on all that. I'll just take the money. Doesn't matter either way. Another trade request comes and goes without a trade actually happening. So, I don't know when the next time a star player will become available where we'll want to talk about it and the Bills being in on it. But we mentioned this quickly with Sal, that I believe it is important to note that the Bills thought or knew they had a way of getting Vita Vea onto the team with a $22 million cap hit. Right now, you have to have $22 million available when you trade for him. So that could have been Dawkins. Maybe there's more things you could have done with Allen's contract. Whatever that was. Spencer Brown, they have $11 million in space. They know of a way to get another $11 million in space to get a player like that. That is more flexibility, I believe, that they have going into the year than they've had in any of the last couple of seasons, where any guy that is getting traded middle of the year, big cap hit, we can't do that. We don't have the room. We don't have the flexibility to do that. We've got to trade for Amari Cooper, who has all the money basically paid out already on his deal, so he's only going to cost us a couple $1 million. Not that that was a bad idea. He was a good player.
Right.
And I think we could really start looking at who's going to be bad and who's a veteran that could get moved off that team and realistically think the Bills could do it.
The Bills are back at practice today in Cleveland for a joint practice with the Browns ahead of their Week 2 preseason matchup. Per our own Sal Capaccio, the joint practice begins about 1:20 p.m. We'll hear from Bills head coach Joe Brady around 12:50. Around the NFL, the Buccaneers, they signed defensive tackle Vita Vea to a one-year, $30 million extension that's through 2027. The Colts coach Shane Steichen confirmed tight end Tyler Warren suffered a groin injury in practice yesterday. Seahawks, they signed cornerback Trayvon Diggs, formerly of the Packers. And Texans wide receiver Jaden Higgins tore his ACL during practice on Tuesday. And ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Alvin Kamara, dealing with an MCL injury, will miss at least 1 month. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the Rays 7-6. The Yankees beat the Orioles 5-3. The Red Sox fell to the Diamondbacks 7-6. And the Mets beat the Padres 4-2. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Well, we both talked about that if we see out of our ones, our older players, what we want to see on Thursday, they would not play in the game. We agreed upon that. Plan is that we'll play our ones a significant amount against each other on Thursday in a controlled environment. Not that the other guys aren't going to get reps, but in a controlled environment and see where we're at.
Todd Monken, Browns head coach. We'll talk more about the Browns coming up with Jonathan Peterlin in a couple of minutes. If you notice a rattle in your ducts or maybe a rise in your heating and cooling bills, if you do, give Belknap a ring. With 0% financing, the cost of upgrading to a high-efficiency dual-fuel heating system is a breeze. Learn more at belknapheating.com. That is belknapheating.com. Jonathan Peterlin now on the Westher Hotline. Bills and Browns going through joint practice today. Preseason game coming up on Saturday. Jonathan from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. Thanks for joining. Appreciate your time as always.
Hey, Joe. How's it going today, man?
Pretty good. How about these Browns going into this year? What is this right back to a lot of Brown seasons, like pre-Mayfield Stefanski, where it's the bar is pretty low for the season?
It's low, but it's at least encouraging, though. At least I don't know. I feel that way. It's kind of a little bit of a disagreement here locally because there's so much young talent. And so obviously we don't have a quarterback. That's obvious to anybody that's paying attention. But we do have a lot of young players that are at least exciting. And so it feels like if 5.5 is what Vegas is saying, and I'm getting killed for being optimistic and being like, this could be a 7-win team. Still put that in proper perspective. A 7-win team is still not great, obviously. But that's kind of like the people drinking the Kool-Aid are in that world. Like 7 wins could happen, and that's about it.
Right, which is maybe you get to December and you're in the hunt graphic is like a good season. Maybe for the Browns. I mean, how hard will that be for them if they don't have a quarterback? Also, how strong even should that if be? Are you pretty confident that they're not going to have it this year at quarterback, or is there some Sanders optimism for you?
If it's Deshaun, they got no chance. Zero chance, in my opinion. Now, I've been trying to find ways that I'm just absolutely wrong about Deshaun Watson. I'm betting on the idea that I've watched him now it's been 4 years of him in a Browns uniform. He's been on the field for 3, can't do anything with it. He's injured way too often, and in practices he can't make throws. So I'm betting on that happening. Now there is the outside chance that Monken does what he did in the preseason game against the Bears, where he just no ball is thrown beyond 10 yards. It's dink and dunk. It's a lot of checkdowns. And the wide receivers that we now have in Concepcion and Boston are like that good. And Judkins is that good in the run game. And this offensive line, this makeshift offensive line just comes together. And there's just enough around him that'll make Deshaun Watson look better than maybe he really is. That's the only way that I'm wrong about this. But with Deshaun, there's no hope. With Shedeur, there's at least a little hope. Shedeur has big game ability to himself and big play ability to himself. It's just he's just maddeningly inconsistent is the problem with Shedeur. He'll have really, really strong, high-level NFL throws, and it'll be met by 2 plays later, something you wouldn't see backup quarterbacks do. So that's what Shedeur's got to get over. But so if Shedeur plays 13 games, let's say, if Deshaun starts and then after 4 games they pull the plug and then Shedeur plays, yeah, you got a better chance. But it's still not the greatest.
What happened to Watson's ability? The off the field stuff was so bad, and I feel like there's a large contingent of fans that okay, this is karma. But why has it happened that he feels like he got to Cleveland and he lost the ability to basically throw the football?
That's like the $230 million question. I wish if I could explain that, the Browns would hire me on the spot and be like, they give me a job. It's fascinating, Joe. It really is, because there's no reason why his ability should just be gone because he didn't play for 700 days. But I think the injuries are a big factor of this. And I think mentally it was a big factor in this. And so I think there's just a couple things that are constantly working against him. But I've had it explained and when you go to these practices, So like 15 days ago, he legitimately did look unplayable. We do our show every day from there, this time of the year, and so like 2.5 weeks ago, legitimately looked unplayable. But you could still see there's like his arm isn't dead. He's still making passes. He's still making throws. It's just when you watch, there's like 15% of these throws that you'd never see him make previously in Houston. It just wasn't a thing. And when you talk to people around the Browns, that's what they'll tell you is like the idea that he has some ability there. It's just these like 15-20% of throws that are just inexplainable, that he never made in Houston, that are just ducks, that are just wildly inaccurate, that just account for nothing. And so that's part of the problem, and he just has not been able to erase those. Nobody knows why.
So what do you think is most likely, that he starts the year and then Sanders comes in at some point in the middle?
I would bet a lot of money on that being the result, yeah. At this point, the Browns seem like they're pretty steadfast on that being the decision. They won't publicly say it yet, but it's all but over. Deshaun Watson will be the week 1 starter. And then Shedeur, the way that this works, you see, Joe, it's nice. In Buffalo, you guys get Josh Allen to play every single game. Very nice. I'm sure you guys remember before Josh Allen, though, and it's like, wait, hold on. How did 2 quarterbacks, 3 quarterbacks, 4 quarterbacks? How many can we get in here? And that's kind of the world the Browns are in right now. And so we're going to have Deshaun start. Hopefully then Shedeur comes in rather quickly, but we'll see how long of a leash that is. But, yeah, it's going to be Deshaun, and then it'll be Shedeur, and that'll be it. But I would bet a lot of money Shedeur plays more games than Deshaun this year.
Yeah. Before we get back into the current team, Jonathan Peterlin with us, 92.3 The Fan. I spent some time earlier in our show this morning looking back on the Browns over the last, 5 years. I mean, really the last, 25 years. And I like Mayfield a lot, and I always have. And I wonder how much revisionist history you guys are doing, fans are doing, with Mayfield and maybe even Stefanski. Because, I don't know, there's so many bad years in there. I said earlier, I feel like if they just sat still with those two, I don't know if they would have been challenging for Super Bowls, but they'd be challenging for playoffs and divisions a lot. And they just had to go make the Watson move, and it all blew up from there. Do you is that happening a lot? Like, what if we had done it differently and just kept going with Baker?
Yeah, your read on it is right, Joe. We do that a lot. It's a lot of what could have happened. Here's something I think fans, maybe just people around, maybe not the Browns necessarily, but maybe nationally, rewrite about that whole time period. And I was a Baker guy, so I need to put that up front. I liked Baker a lot. Stefanski, I kicked to the rocks. I no problem getting rid of Stefanski.
Okay.
But I liked Baker a lot. Here's the problem, though, and here's what I've always respected about the decision, even though I did not agree with the Deshaun Watson trade. And obviously, it's been one of the worst trades in NFL history. I'm not just telling you that after the fact. I did not agree with it at the time. I was one of the few people at the time at the station that actually really liked Baker Mayfield and to stay with this. But Baker was the 15th best quarterback in the NFL, which today now we know you can win with that. Jalen Hurts wins 2 years ago. Last year was Sam Darnold. You can win with the 15th best quarterback. But at the time, the prevailing thought, especially in this AFC, you know this, Joe. I mean, it's Josh Allen, it's Patrick Mahomes, it's Lamar Jackson, it's Joe Burrow. At the time, it looked like if you had the 15th best quarterback, you weren't getting out of it. And so Andrew Berry recognized that, and he talked about it. We need to be elite at that position. We can't just be middle of the road. And so that's why they made the move. They saw a ceiling with Baker Mayfield, and they saw a ceiling with Deshaun Watson. They thought Deshaun was going to be better. That's why they did it. And so I never will blame Andrew Berry for doing that. There's something about the stones it takes to pull the trigger on that I love the DNA of that. I love that mentality. It's just not how football has turned out to be for the next, half decade. Mm-hmm. And we'd be in a much better spot if we just kept Baker.
All right. So to the current Browns, what is your initial impression here through a few months of Todd Monken? We play a clip of him once in a while. I feel like he gives you a good quote here and there. What about him as a coach? How do you think about him going into year one?
Old school football guy. I have no idea if he's going to suck or not week one. I would be very surprised if he just flat out sucked because it's a him problem at this point. when they made the hire, I wasn't convinced it was the greatest thing in the world. I still don't know if it's the greatest thing in the world, but he's an old school football guy. He is running this the right way. Like, everything is organized, which is a big worry we'd had, because the only time we'd seen Todd Monken previously was in 2019 under Freddie Kitchens, and that was an absolute disaster, and that was very disorganized, and so we got very worried. But this is a pro. Like, there's no other way to put it. Again, I cannot say old school more times than I've said it already. That's his DNA, and I love the idea. He recognizes himself. This is his one chance to be a head coach. Is it the greatest situation? Maybe not, but he's got one chance, so he's going to do it his way. And so there's something to respect about that. I think he is the right guy for the Browns right now. Doesn't mean he's the right guy 5 years from now, but he's the right guy right now.
So with him at the helm offensively, he's been the offensive coordinator in Baltimore, obviously, for a couple of years. You mentioned in Cleveland before that. Outside of quarterback, I mean, there are things to like, right? Like, aren't the rookie receivers both getting rave reviews at camp? Denzel Boston and KC Concepcion?
Oh, they're fantastic. It kind of rotates day in, day out, which one is making more jaw-dropping plays and which one is better to watch. Like, instantly. It's funny, Joe. Last year, instantly Harold Fannin, within like 3 plays, also Carson Schwessinger, who won Rookie Defensive Player of the Year, within like 3 plays of being in the field, you're like, oh, that's an NFL player. That's very obvious. How did everyone in the NFL draft just sleep on this guy? Same thing we're kind of talking about with Concepcion and Boston, especially Boston going into the second round. When you watch him play out there, you're like, how did this guy make it to the second round? Yeah, he's absolutely incredible. And so, yeah, there's a lot of hype around the rookies. It seems like for the second straight year, Andrew Berry did a nice job in this draft class.
Yeah, at the risk of alerting my 12 fantasy leagues to this, but I love Harold Fannin. I mean, he's one of those guys, right? Like, third round pick, and then he just got 100 targets like right away and was really strong year one.
Go
ahead.
I mean, we have no backup. We have no backup tight end at this point. We have 5 backup tight ends, which means we have no backup tight ends. Like, Harold Fannin's going to get a bunch of footballs thrown in his direction, and especially if Shador's in there, by the way. Once Shador gets in there, if you don't see as much of an uptick with Deshaun, once Shador gets in there, Shador loves Harold Fannin.
Yeah, Fannin, one of those guys who put up insane college numbers at the end, but he played at, I think, Bowling Green, right? Like, small school.
Bowling Green.
That's probably why, he fell, for a big reason for it.
He had a 1,500-yard season at Bowling Green State.
Right, that's a tight end. At running back in the run game, I guess this may be more of an offensive line question, because Judkins is good and talented, but I remember maybe like end of Mayfield and into when it's Flacco and, the last couple of years, there were times where the Browns had like the best offensive line in football. Is that the opposite now? Like, where are they on that front, plus where the run game kind of mixes into that?
Hard to know, only because we have 5 new offensive linemen this year.
So all of them.
So it's one of those things. All of them. Yeah. It's the first time in NFL history, or at least in 1970s, the stat on it, that a team has just turned over all brand new offensive linemen. I actually think it's going to look very similar to how Chicago looked. The Bears had 4 new offensive linemen last year, and for the first 4 weeks was just absolutely atrocious. And then week 5 to, the end of the season, they were able to like simplify things, turn things around, and get it a little bit better. So I kind of have a feeling it might go that way. I don't know to the level. The Bears have more talent on that offensive line than what the Browns have, but it'll look better. I think the first 4 weeks is going to be pretty bad, though. So Judkins might be in like an Ashton Genty of last year or even a Judkins of last year type scenario where the offensive line just doesn't do him any favors, and that might have to be his reality. They got good guys. Spencer Fano, obviously top 10 pick at left tackle. We'll see what happens there, but it's just, this was just haphazardly put together. It's one of the few concerns that if you want to tell me that the season just goes absolutely sideways for reasons outside of the quarterback, that I have to pay attention to.
Last thing for you, Jonathan, before we let you go. The defense, there are a lot of names to like there, and obviously no Myles Garrett anymore, but they get Jared Verse back. How good would you expect the defense to be this year?
It's that, again, another one of those things where it's like they could be 15th. They could also be, hey, maybe the Myles drop-off isn't that large. Jared Verse has been phenomenal. I need to make that abundantly clear. I don't know what happens with losing Jim Schwartz, though. I don't. Rutenberg, the new DC, I just don't know how that's going to go. And so I would bet better than not they're around league average. I don't think they're going to be dominant, but Jared Verse has been phenomenal in camp. You still have Schlesinger. Denzel Ward's still one of the best players in the sport for a reason. They just paid Grant Delpit a lot of money. Like, there are so many good players on this defense. Depth is going to be an issue, but there's so many good starters on this team.
And Ward signed an extension, right? So, like, if they're bad during the year, he's not going anywhere?
Yeah, no, he's gonna be here. Now the out on that essentially is basically not this year, but probably next year. Mm-hmm. If you wanted to go shopping for Denzel Ward, that'd probably be when you could do it.
Jonathan Peterlin, 92.3 The Fan, at @JPeterlin on Twitter. Thanks, Jonathan, as always. Always appreciate the time.
All right, thanks, Joe. Appreciate you.
Bills and Browns joint practice at 1:20 today. Kind of an odd start time.
Yeah, a little bit, right?
If you say 1:20, I'm expecting you to start on the dot at 1:20. There's no, I showed up 10 minutes late, 1:30. You should have said 1:30 then.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it might be people start trickling in around 1:20 warm-up start, and then maybe,
Look, if I hear 1:22 start time, that's starting at 1:22 on the nose.
That's what
if I hear
baseball
1:30, I feel like it could be 1:35. It could be 1:40. It could be,
That's baseball versus any other sport when we
Baseball
talk
does
about
it to
start
the minute.
times.
yeah.
Like the NFL is like, the NHL even sometimes is late. Right. And then you have baseball, it's 7:07.
Yeah.
First pitch.
We also got spoiled by the World Cup this summer.
They were right on time,
pretty much
too.
Right on time most of the time. So that was nice.
You guys want some trivia?
Absolutely.
Oh, sure.
All right, put your thinking caps on. It's 8:17. We got, a couple
awake.
hours warmed up here.
Yeah.
The Browns are one of a few teams that are going to have a different week one starting quarterback from last year to this year. I'm not going to ask you, though, to name the teams with different starting quarterbacks. Can you give me, I believe it's 7 quarterbacks that started week one last season that will not be starting week one this season?
Oh.
Ooh, okay, so the guys that started last year that won't this year.
Correct.
Okay.
That's really good.
Well, Tua's going to start in Atlanta. It has to be.
That's a good
Tua,
catch.
Tua will start in Atlanta.
It can't be a guy that isn't right. Okay.
No, it's just who's not starting.
Yeah.
Who started week one last year that isn't going to start week one this year?
Quarterback wise, I don't know. Rodgers is still playing.
Rodgers is there. Mm-hmm. Who are the other old guys? Tennessee's the same.
Will Levis?
A list of teams will always be good here.
Yeah, that's actually a great idea.
Will Levis got hurt before last year and missed the whole season.
Ward was the whole season for them, right?
Right. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, who played for Jaden Daniels to start last season?
Mariota, was it?
Mariota?
So Daniels started
or did
week
he
one.
Start the year? Yeah, okay. Man.
Not starting this year. J.J. McCarthy.
Correct.
Wow, thank you.
J.J. McCarthy will not be starting week one this year. They won against Chicago where he brought them back at the end, and then he had that locker room speech, and everyone was like, oh, look at this guy.
Right.
Mm-hmm. With his
that
face
photo
paint.
of him where he's like, the 9 photo.
Yeah.
He threw for 140 yards in that game, and everyone got all excited.
Flacco started for Cleveland, right?
Correct.
Good one
Joe
there.
Flacco, who is now the Bengals backup.
Love that for him.
Give me the Jets.
Yeah.
Who was there? Fields.
Justin Fields.
Correct. Justin Fields. Now Kansas City's backup started week one for the Jets last year. They lost by 2 to Pittsburgh.
Murray's in Minnesota now.
Yeah, but
Kyler?
He's the starter now, yeah.
Oh, right, but he's a starter now, so he's going to start.
He's going to start.
Right. Doesn't count. Mm-hmm. Same as my Tua guess.
Did Jackson Dart start last year, or was that Jameis Winston?
Ooh, good call.
Dart? Did he start last year?
So Winston.
Dart did not start week one last year. He's not the right answer because he will be starting week one this year.
Yeah.
If he
got the wires crossed.
If he doesn't take a head hit between now and then.
Right. So, it wasn't Jameis Winston. It was Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson.
There
we go. We got there.
Who is retired.
Yes.
And
right. That's my old guy.
He's on the desk.
Yeah, where did he go?
CBS, I believe. CBS Sports.
Man, that sounds
Where?
horrible.
In the booth or on the desk?
I think on the desk with like Nate Burleson, those guys, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
All right, he's replacing Matt Ryan.
Right.
Because Matt Ryan's running the Falcons now.
Yeah.
All right. He's not going to be good on TV. Or you know what? Maybe he will be good on TV because he'll be so strange that it's good.
He's going to say something he's going to be a repeater in shots of audio.
It'll be like a Jason Garrett style. Like, oh, look at this strange bird staring into the camera all weirdly.
Yeah.
And
I can't stand him.
Jason Garrett or Russell Wilson?
Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson.
Jason
I can't
Garrett,
stand either of them.
has Jason Garrett grown on you a
No.
little bit? He's better. He's better than he was.
But because of this point, I'm like, he's so weird to me on TV and so robotic that it's funny.
It's better. Listen to him this year. He's less robotic than he used to be.
You think?
Somebody has coached him up big time.
Spencer Rattler.
Correct.
Great.
That just popped in my brain. Sorry. Right in the middle of that conversation.
Awesome. That's good.
He started week 1 for New Orleans last year.
Right. Yes, because the Bills played him. That was before Tyler Shuck took over.
Yes.
He went 1-7.
Yes.
And then Shuck took over and had a winning record the rest of the season.
There's another NFC guy that I
know. I'm
feel like
staring at this picture of every NFL team just casing it.
Is an NFC guy.
I should have got this when I said Tua. Penix.
Michael Penix.
Penix started for them last
Kirk
year.
Cousins started, didn't he? Or was that Penix
Nope,
last
Penix.
year?
No, it was Penix
the
got
year
week
before
1.
was Cousins. That's right.
Right, so Penix is correct. And I think you guys got him. Let me double check here.
Has nobody else I can think of right now?
Yeah, no, that's it. Because
we said
you got
Fields.
Fields. That was the one I didn't mark down.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay, yeah, Fields.
So that is the list. Geno Smith is still a starter, just in a different team.
Right,
Tua.
Tua on a different team.
Kyler,
new team.
Yep.
Who else, new team? Anyone?
That might be it for new team.
That is, Bryce Young somehow made
Kirk
it
Cousins.
to another season. Cousins did not start week 1 last year.
Right.
Oh, not last year.
He
Yeah.
was in,
He's technically said to be starting, apparently, week 1 for the Raiders. But
Who is the favorite to have a different starting quarterback week 1 next season? Cleveland?
the Browns, well,
They'll definitely have a new one.
Pittsburgh.
Well, especially, we just heard from Jonathan. Like, they're going to go Watson, and Watson's not starting week 1 next season.
No.
Of course not.
So,
even though he wants that extension.
If it was Sanders, like, okay, maybe there's a chance.
Right.
But
no.
yeah, Cleveland will be on that list.
Pittsburgh's a guarantee, like you said, Owen, because Rodgers is done after this season.
Gotta do it.
I agree that they would be another favorite here.
How likely is it that Murray sticks around in Minnesota?
I think there's a good chance of that. I think he sticks.
Tampa Bay, Baker.
See, I don't think that one, though, because if they lose him, if they don't lose him, if they can't figure out a deal, they will franchise tag him.
Yeah, that's a good point, too. Yeah,
so
right.
he will still be there.
Tua will not be the Atlanta starter.
That's correct. It sounds like they are being forced to play Tua because that's literally what the insiders are saying.
Yeah.
They're going to have to play Tua in week 1. That's not a ringing endorsement. And he was horrible in the preseason opener. And yesterday, all the Falcons beat reporters like, you got to see how bad he was today.
I read somebody that, like, the description was like, I don't know how you write that and like keep covering that team. It was so like this guy.
So how do you walk
this
back into
guy
that locker room?
So bad. Like there's like a writer saying, like, I don't know what's happening. It's unbelievable that he's playing quarterback in the NFL right now.
Do the Texans switch up starting quarterback next season? The
Stroud,
Panthers.
it's a good one.
With Bryce Young.
How about Cam Ward? I know me and you, Sneaky, have been on the Cam Ward train, but it's not going well for us.
Yeah, I think with Daboll.
It's preseason, you know?
Yeah, we're just talking about Tua, though, and he's having like the same preseason as
True,
Tua.
but Tua, we've seen
there's no
bad longer.
There's no game planning in the preseason. I think you got to wait until week 1 to really get a taste of what they're going to look like against defenses.
I'll die on the Cam Ward train. I think there's something there.
I do too.
There's something there.
I'm with you, but it's been
especially with Daboll, and if they build a team around, I think there's a chance there.
Here's the thing, because of the quarterback class being what it is, any team that has a bad year, it's going to be a lot easier next season than it was this season to make the switch. Right. This year, when you're not in position to take a great young quarterback in the first round because there aren't any, then sticking with your guy is easier to do. When there are a bunch of great ideas in the first round, and if you're Tennessee, you don't even have to pick first. If you win 6 games and you're picking 8th, and that's where the 4th quarterback is going to go out of 6 first-round guys, guess what is going to be a lot easier this year than last year? Oh, we can move off Cam Ward because Trinidad Chambliss is going to go 9th. Right. Or pick your name, CJ Carr, whoever it's going to be. The Sellers, the South Carolina kid.
Right.
And that's where I think this could be a lot of teams. The Raiders, by the way, will have a different starter just because if Cousins gets week 1 this year, Mendoza will get week 1 next year.
Right.
That's like a backdoor entry here. I think the Saints are going to be the same guy.
Shuck.
I like Shuck.
I do too.
I'd be more confident Shuck gets week 1 next year than Cam Ward gets week 1 next year.
I
Really?
I gotta say about this Shuck thing that's happening, it feels like everybody is like on Shuck being great now, and like it was half a season in New Orleans, and like that division. I don't know. I'm not saying he's gonna be bad, but everyone's like seems very much
He might not be their franchise
ready
starter.
to proclaim him as being awesome.
Yeah.
And like I don't know. Do we know that already about him?
Awesome,
I don't
good.
know that I'm ready to do that with him.
I like that he's big, he's got an arm, and he runs.
Yeah.
And more, it feels like he only went in the second round because he's old.
Right.
And if he was 23 if he was 22 instead of 25 when he was drafted, that he would have been a first-round pick.
Okay.
That's my Tyler Shuck defense. I'm not sure he'll be incredible. He'll be Derek Carr.
Yeah.
But he can move. He can scoot a little bit.
Okay.
That gets you to the next year.
Definitely Derek Carr gets you the next year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
So I
I
think
just it feels like it's been a
Saints-
love affair for Tyler Shuck all offseason, and I just don't. I didn't watch I didn't watch all the Saints snaps, but like I wasn't like, wow, look at this kid every time I watched him, which was enough that I remember him.
I think it was just such
He also
a stark
isn't a kid.
No,
Right.
that's very true.
I think he turns 27 during this season.
Yeah.
Right.
It was just such a stark contrast from
Going
Spencer
from
Rattler.
to him,
I think
yeah.
it really amplified the hype train there.
Right.
Shuck turns 27 September 28th.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, is Sam Darnold younger than that?
Right.
Sam Darnold.
Not by much. No, 29. He just turned 29.
29.
Yeah. It's not.
Did you say Arizona? Absolutely new quarterback.
Oh yeah, Brissett. Yeah.
1,000% new quarterback next year. And the Rams.
Would it be Ty Simpson?
You got to consider it because we don't know the timeline on Stafford. He's had back problems in the past. He is fine now and is still incredible. But how much longer does he want to play? That's going to be totally up to him, right? Like if they win the Super Bowl and he rides off into the sunset, like that's not going to be stunning. Or if he just takes a bad hit and the back flares up again and he doesn't want to do it anymore because he's 38 years old, that also wouldn't be crazy.
Right.
And they already have the next guy.
Right.
And they probably would be fine waiting 2 years with him, 3 years with him even, if Stafford wants to keep going and keep playing well. That's a year-to-year thing. Like that could be next year where Simpson is the guy.
Didn't they do something weird with his contract to like it's kind of got like an out?
Stafford?
Yeah, like they did something I think early.
I think they
extended.
it was like 1 year or something
Gave
like that.
him 1
That's
year
it.
with like an option at the end of that year or something. Like something
Yeah.
where you're like, they know that he doesn't know yet, basically. Was my, understanding of what they did.
It does look like they can move. They can get out of it next year if
Yeah.
he retires and they need to do something about it. 803-0550 is the phone number. Shots of audio when we come back. And we've got a Packers guest coming up at 9. We've been working through the Bills schedule. Not gotten to Green Bay yet. Sunday night, week 14. That'll be at 9. But shots of audio when we return here on Jeremy and Joe. This is WGR. They might have really wanted out. But, all right, $30 million, 1-year extension. And then you don't have to sit out into the regular season and take fines and, now bad blood between you and the organization. Like, okay, I could pass on all that. I'll just take the money. Doesn't matter either way. Another trade request comes and goes without a trade actually happening. So I don't know when the next time a star player will become available where we'll want to talk about it and the Bills being in on it. But we mentioned this quickly with Sal, that I believe it is important to note that the Bills thought or knew they had a way of getting Vita Vea onto the team with a $22 million cap hit. Right now, you have to have $22 million available when you trade for him. So that could have been Dawkins. Maybe there's more things you could have done with Allen's contract. Whatever that was. Spencer Brown, they have $11 million in space. They know of a way to get another $11 million in space to get a player like that. That is more flexibility, I believe, that they have going into the year than they've had in any of the last couple of seasons, where any guy that is getting traded middle of the year, big cap hit, we can't do that. We don't have the room. We don't have the flexibility to do that. We've got to trade for Amari Cooper, who has all the money basically paid out already on his deal, so he's only going to cost us a couple $1 million. Not that that was a bad idea. He was a good player.
Right.
And I think we could really start looking at who's going to be bad and who's a veteran that could get moved off that team and realistically think the Bills could do it.
The Bills are back at practice today in Cleveland for a joint practice with the Browns ahead of their Week 2 preseason matchup. Per our own Sal Capaccio on X, the joint practice begins about 1:20. We'll hear from Bills head coach Joe Brady right around 12:50. Around the NFL, the Buccaneers, they ended up signing defensive tackle Vita Vea to a 1-year, $30 million extension through 2027. Colts coach Shane Steichen confirmed tight end Tyler Warren suffered a groin injury in practice yesterday. The Seahawks, they signed cornerback Trayvon Diggs, formerly of the Packers. Texans wide receiver Jaden Higgins tore his ACL during practice on Tuesday. And ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Alvin Kamara dealing with an MCL injury. He'll miss at least 1 month. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the Rays 7-6. The Yankees, they beat the Orioles 5-3. The Red Sox, they fell to the Diamondbacks 7-6. And the Mets, they beat the Padres 4-2. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Before we get to shots of audio, just looked up at ESPN. There's EJ Manuel. Just getting used to him being like one of their go-to college football guys.
Yes.
So EJ, I'm assuming, is at his house, and he's got the bookshelf behind him.
Okay.
With, okay, I see what it is now. I was wondering, he had a football there with a Bills standing Buffalo on it, and it's his first win.
Oh, okay.
That's what and it's against Carolina.
Yeah.
I was there that day.
Funny EJ Manuel story for a moment. My brother got me a cameo like 2 years ago, and it ended up being him, but he kept telling me, he wouldn't tell me who it was for like 3 weeks. He's like, hey, it's your favorite Bills player. And I like named off probably 8 to 10 of them and just didn't hit on any of them. Mm-hmm. I get a text of just a video of EJ Manuel saying, what's up?
That's hilarious.
Yeah, just EJ. So I have that just sitting on my phone. But
interesting.
Yeah, EJ Manuel.
I have one of Deshaun Hamilton from 5 years ago after he helped me win a fantasy championship.
That's awesome.
And I'm not sure he ever did anything again ever. What else he's got? He's got a lot of Bill stuff up there. He's got a helmet. There's a hat. I mean,
small sample size for him. That's the only team he's got anything from.
I would have thought, it was going to be all Florida State stuff with like one Bills thing.
Yeah.
Anyways, shots of audio.
Well, we go in a totally different direction to start. We go to Rory McIlroy. I don't know if you've seen this or not. There's a comment about the live golfers, so I'll leave it to Rory. The question and answer here.
Rory, Scotty was asked about the possibility of live guys coming back and whether they bring value, in your opinion. Are there guys, if it goes away, that should be allowed back?
I mean, I'd argue, have they brought value to live?
Rory is so spicy every time they ask him about live, and they always ask him about live.
Why do you think?
Mm-hmm.
Says stuff like that. That's awesome.
I mean, yeah. Owen started laughing over there randomly this morning. I was like, what's going on? He's like, I got a shot of audio for you.
I mean, it is a good point. Like, no interest in that league tour at all with big names.
The only interest is them playing in the majors.
Right.
That's it.
John Rahm, DeChambeau, Cam Smith, when Koepka was there, Dustin Johnson. Like, those are not all the old guys. Originally, it was all the old guys were just going there.
Right.
And then that pocket of like 5-6 guys.
Rahm kind of started that, right? It was he went and it was like, okay.
And then Cam Smith won the Open Championship, and then he went over.
Yep.
And then it became abundantly clear, right? Like right away. Like, we only really care about these guys in the majors.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm not going to watch some event at a random course in Tulsa because John Rahm is playing.
I'd rather watch YouTube golf.
Sure.
Yes.
Right?
Most of YouTube golf.
Like, not DeChambeau.
Right.
I don't like LeBron's got a new YouTube golf channel.
Yeah.
Right.
He's
I
flying
have a
up. You have Buffalo
channel.
Links. Yeah, there you go.
I just realized.
We'll plug. Yeah, you do. But yeah.
All right. That one, I'd absolutely rather watch that. Buffalo
Shout
Links.
out, Buffalo Links.
I mean, yeah.
Check it out.
Better than live. Excuse me. All right. Up next. Bill Rasmussen unfortunately passed away. This is not to make light of that happening, okay? This is just the
co-founder of ESPN.
Co-founder of ESPN, brought 24/7 sports coverage, right? You didn't have to wake up early to watch the news. They say that in this clip. But just how ESPN, the procedure that was giving this statement, just bulldozed by you-know-who.
Wake up early to try to catch it on the news. So now we got sports all day, every day.
His legacy lives on.
Hello, beautiful people.
Right into McAfee. Just bulldozed it.
Blasted
Yeah.
the tribute. Oh, man.
Welcome to the Thunderdome.
I mean, it was just poorly timed on their part, but it is. That was yesterday?
Yeah.
So that was on the heels of the news that he's going to be part of Monday Night Countdown.
Yes.
And everybody saying the same thing, which is we did not ask for more McAfee. Stop giving us more McAfee. We've got enough already. And there they are talking about the co-founder of ESPN passing away, and he fires in like that.
Yeah.
Bang.
Hello, beautiful people.
What is up?
Welcome to the Thunderdome. Yeah. Tough scene.
Yeah.
Tough scene. And, it's not to make light of the passing or anything like
course,
that, but just the way that was handled.
It's very fitting for the way that
for Mr.
whole...
ESPN himself.
I thought Stephen A. was going to be the clip there, that he was going to bust into something.
Oh, man.
That was first take going into McAfee, yeah.
Right.
Stephen A's on vacation. He hasn't been there.
I wonder if Stephen A. feels. Is there going to be a feud there between those two? Because he...
Wasn't there already one
He
at one
was
point?
demanding at one point, like, I'm going to be the highest paid person at ESPN, and now you're none anymore.
I think he might probably realize that he's the old guard.
the old guy now.
He's not gonna be that anymore.
And he's going to go do his own thing.
He's gonna just he
is doing his own thing.
He is doing his own thing.
Well, he's already he's doing podcasts with his daughter now,
Yeah,
where she's telling him he's going to put him in a home and all this stuff. It's crazy.
And he's talking politics.
Yeah.
He knows he's in trouble over there.
Yeah.
There's only so much time you've got as that guy.
Yeah.
Especially when you're screamy guy. Like,
yeah, true.
People get tired of you.
How old is
being
he?
that guy?
I mean, look at Mad Dog.
Right.
Unless he's saying Igby Smith,
nobody ever cares.
Nobody cares.
Mad Dog, though, like, I don't watch that show. I know he's on it, right? He's been for a couple years, right?
Yeah.
Mad Dog.
Yeah.
When he started yelling about the Polo Ground.
Yeah. Right. He was Rich Stadium. He's a unicorn, though, in that he's 66 years old and still has that energy and is still sharp.
Right.
With that energy. Stephen A. he's getting up there. He's almost 60. He's not done, but when you're a high energy guy, right, that's when I feel like you've got a finite time doing that on TV.
Like Rich Eisen can kind of just do Rich Eisen for forever.
Yeah. He could be that till he's 80.
Yeah. Like he was kind of always an old man a little bit. And so it's just kind of
Rich Eisen was always an old man.
The way he speaks, like he's not really performative. He's just throwing his takes out there.
Put up a poll. Was Rich Eisen always an old man?
You love making my throwaway statements into polls.
They're funny.
I don't know.
They're good.
I don't know.
Out of context, they're great.
Yeah, they are. Was Rich Eisen always an old man?
I think
I agree.
I'm gonna go with yeah.
Yeah, he was never that performative, exciting type.
Right. It was always pretty like reserved. Like here's my stuff I've got.
I think he looks the same age now that he did in 1998.
That's
true.
definitely true. He's always kind of looked like that.
That's the key to aging.
Yes.
Nick Saban, same thing. Nick Saban has always looked like the same age since the 90s, and so he looks like he's never aged.
You just got to age early, and then you're going to be the same age for
exactly.
Yeah.
Is that not
the key.
our missing link here, Mr. Jeremy White? Kind of has looked. My dad's like that. The beard and the hair do a lot.
The beard and the hair help.
Both of them got the long beard and long age.
Yeah, when
hair,
you're hiding some face and the long hair, that'll do it. All right, we head to the NFL up next. We've got some statements. Coach speak. We got a daily dose of Fernando Mendoza we're excited to get to.
Oh, good.
But first,
haven't heard enough Mendoza yet.
I know.
This offseason.
I know. J.C. Latham of the Titans first here.
Okay.
Kind of lays down a little bit of a bar here about the revolution in Tennessee.
When you're looking to establish yourself not only as a player or as a unit, as an offense and team and franchise, there's no revolution without bloodshed.
There's no revolution without bloodshed.
Here we go, football.
All right. That is a football quote right
We're
there.
so back. So back. So exciting to be back. We now move to Fernando Mendoza. The daily dose of Mendoza. It's about 37 seconds. It's a little longer, but
okay.
I mean, you're going to love every second of it. I'll say that. Here we go.
Be able to go against the Texans defense, which is also a top defense in the league. Go against them, be able to get some reps with the ones against the superstars on their defense. And then obviously their twos are fantastic as well. We got so much work, whether it was move the ball, first down, third down, red zone, 2 minute. There were so many situations. And I believe overall it was a positive day. There were plays that I loved and plays that I wish I had back. But in reality, that's a lie. I wish I didn't have him back because it's a growing experience, and it's practice. It's practice, and this is what I love. And it's just a beautiful day to play football here, and I'm so happy of so many things to learn from today.
He is going to replace Jameis Winston
Yes.
for this.
Yes.
I couldn't tell for 10 seconds whether that was the reporter setting up a question or whether
if it
that was him.
Mendoza, yeah.
And then I realized it was him.
And then he gets he raises the timbre of the voice when he's talking about, I don't want some plays back.
My favorite is him getting to what could maybe possibly be perceived as a negative comment and immediately like, actually, hang on. No, it's all good. It's a learning experience. Like, that is really it's impressive. I am impressed by his ability to be like that.
Yeah, especially in the, Sin City, Vegas, right? Like that character shining through is going to be crazy from here on out.
Is anybody worried there about that guy being like the leader of the team in a locker room
my old man's been saying that since the first time he heard him.
Okay.
Talk.
A little too cringy.
I don't, because can that guy be like, is a defensive lineman going to look at that guy and be like, yeah, dude,
I'm following that guy
Is
into
Max
battle?
Crosby going to buy in?
I don't know.
Like, that's my question.
I don't know. If he's awesome, yes. I think
for
anybody
sure.
will do whatever. He could be, Patrick Mahomes talks like Kermit a little bit, and people will,
Right.
listen to him.
Mm-hmm.
But this is maybe a step further, and he's not Mahomes yet. Like, you got to be. I think he has to be good to ever be a leader.
But that's a good point, though, that it might not even matter. I mean, Russell Wilson is kind of like that.
Yep.
And his teammates, I think historically, we now have this on record, hated him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Broncos country, let's ride.
And they won a Super Bowl.
It's true.
So, and we're really good a lot of other times.
Right.
And they hated him.
Richard Sherman. He just
So,
despised him. I
Marshawn
remember.
Lynch has talked about it, too. Like,
Yeah.
it's not even just the defensive guys.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like, they might not even need to... They might not need to, like, fall in love with the leadership or the way... I don't know. How he'll mesh with certain people.
Yeah.
If he's great, and they'll win.
Exactly.
Right.
All right, next.
We got one last one. We have put the ball down for the Bills this season. Don't blink, right? That's coming back. Mike Tomlin no longer in the NFL, but don't blink still lives on. Jeff Hafley, the Dolphins head coach, has a new one here.
Talking about how you want your cornerbacks to shed blocks and engage in the run defense. Conversely, how do your young receivers, especially with Bell coming back, fit into the idea that receivers can block too?
What do you mean? They better block. If they don't
Some
block.
receivers don't like to block.
Yeah, I mean, our receivers are going to block. No block, no rock. How about that one?
No block, no
I
rock.
think he came up with that on the spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No block. He's going to put a sign up today.
Oh, yes.
No block, no rock. All right, let me go to the Dolphins depth chart and who don't I want to draft in fantasy now. I think Malik Washington is going to be the name there.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I don't know that he doesn't like to block. He's just really small.
He's small, yeah.
No block, no rock.
I mean, they're going to be running the ball. He's 5'8", 190.
Ooh.
Hey.
He's not going to be on the field if he can't block.
He's going to put that guy on a rocket ship.
What's going on, though, there? Like, okay, no block, no rock, but you've got a 5'8" guy as your number one receiver. You signed Tutu Atwell, who's like the smallest receiver in NFL history. That guy's not blocking. He's 5'9", 160. Who's he blocking?
Man.
Just got to go sweep the legs. That's all you got to do.
He's blocking Maxwell Hairston is who he's blocking.
None of this matters because they're tanking anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the point. We're gonna make these guys block.
Right.
And then they all get steamrolled.
Yeah. They're down receivers week 2. That's that for Shots of Audio, though.
Shots of Audio, powered by Outlet Liquor. It's the place to buy a case. Coming up at 9, Peter Bukowski on the Packers, one of the Bills' opponents later in the year. And we got practice a little bit later on today for Bills and Browns. Joe DiBiase, Owen Parker, Joe Callie hanging out. No, Jeremy's off today and through the week here on WGR. In terms of what the Bills will see today and then maybe to some extent on Saturday also, Sal, yeah, look, on the Browns defense, there are a couple of nice pieces. I don't know, again, like how good the unit will be overall, but even Jared Verse getting him back from Myles Garrett, he's not as good as Myles Garrett, but he's a really good young player, and there are others on that defense that the Bills will, have to go up against today and Saturday.
Yeah, and look, we've talked a lot about DJ Moore against Christian Benford in one-on-ones, right? Well, Denzel Ward today will be a guy, that maybe they'll go against. I love watching the one-on-ones, and we'll see if they get matched up. We'll even see, honestly, if DJ Moore is practicing today. That's going to be a story today. Who's practicing? Who is not practicing, Joe? Yep. Because the Bills have been without a few guys here, and they missed some guys on Tuesday at the open practice back in Buffalo. So, today is a day where we'll see if they get some guys back. And what that looks like for them. The good news is, when you're in a practice setting like this, generally rules apply where you don't hit the quarterback. So, as where Josh Allen got touched a few times, to say the least, in Saturday's preseason game and grabbed and pulled on and things like that. You don't get that today. You shouldn't get that today, at least. So you can get some work in with Josh Allen and the first team offense going against a live defense, but, not having the quarterback get touched like a regular practice setting. And, I just wrote at WGR550.com this morning that Jim Leonard, what he was asked, what do you want to see from your defense? He said, number one is physicality. So I expect it to be a physical practice today. And you hope that everybody gets out healthy. You hope there's not a lot of fights. Things are going to happen, skirmishes, scuffles, whatever. But you hope you get out of it and get the work accomplished and everybody stays healthy.
Jeremy and Joe. Got Peter Bukowski coming up next. Very, very quickly. I saw what the record was for bee stings at a hospital this week. What would you guess that number is? It was way lower than I thought it'd be.
Oh, okay.
I would have thought it was
like 900.
Yeah.
75.
I was going to guess thousands. It was 300.
Okay.
And she ended up being released a couple days later. But 300? Really? Once you get a swarm, I would have thought like thousands, but
thousands definitely would make more sense.
Yes.
They're so big hives.
Right.
It feels like 300 is like, I don't know. That's stunning to me.
Caller 5 right now at 716-221-4WGR wins a pair of pavilion tickets to Wu-Tang Clan at Darien Lake Amphitheater on August 27th, courtesy of Live Nation. And you can get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Peter Bukowski when we come back here on WGR. In terms of what the Bills will see today and then maybe to some extent on Saturday also, Sal, yeah, look, on the Browns defense, there are a couple of nice pieces. I don't know, again, like how good the unit will be overall, but even Jared Verse getting him back from Myles Garrett, he's not as good as Myles Garrett, but he's a really good young player, and there are others on that defense that the Bills will, have to go up against today and Saturday.
Yeah, and look, we've talked a lot about DJ Moore against Christian Benford in one-on-ones, right? Well, Denzel Ward today will be a guy, that maybe they'll go against. I love watching the one-on-ones, and we'll see if they get matched up. We'll even see, honestly, if DJ Moore is practicing today. That's going to be a story today. Who's practicing? Who is not practicing, Joe? Yep. Because the Bills have been without a few guys here, and they missed some guys on Tuesday at the open practice back in Buffalo. So, today is a day where we'll see if they get some guys back, and what that looks like for them. The good news is, when you're in a practice setting like this, generally rules apply where you don't hit the quarterback. So, as where Josh Allen got touched a few times, to say the least, in Saturday's preseason game and grabbed and pulled on and things like that. You don't get that today. You shouldn't get that today, at least. So you can get some work in with Josh Allen and the first-team offense going against a live defense, but, not having the quarterback get touched like a regular practice setting. And, I just wrote at WGR550.com this morning that Jim Leonard, what he was asked, what do you want to see from your defense? He said, number one is physicality. So I expect it to be a physical practice today, and you hope that everybody gets out healthy. You hope there's not a lot of fights, and things are going to happen, skirmishes, scuffles, whatever. But you hope you get out of it and get the work accomplished and everybody stays healthy.
Bills are back at practice today in Cleveland for a joint practice with the Browns ahead of their Week 2 preseason matchup. Per our own Sal Capaccio, the joint practice begins around 1:20. We hear from Bills head coach Joe Brady right around 12:50. Around the NFL, the Buccaneers, they signed defensive tackle Vita Vea to a one-year, $30 million extension through 2027. Colts coach Shane Steichen confirmed tight end Tyler Warren suffered a groin injury in practice yesterday. The Seahawks signed cornerback Trayvon Diggs, formerly of the Packers. The Texans wide receiver Jaden Higgins tore his ACL during practice on Tuesday. And ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Alvin Kamara dealing with an MCL injury now and will miss at least 1 month. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the Rays 7-6. The Yankees beat the Orioles 5-3. The Red Sox fell to the Diamondbacks 7-6 as well. And the Mets, they beat the Padres 4-2. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Jeremy.
Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today. It's a pretty hazy-looking day out there right now. I think we might get some rain a little bit later on, but the Bills are in Cleveland, and we'll see what we get for joint practice a little bit later on. We're going to have Peter Bukowski on the Western Hotline in a few moments here from Locked On Packers as we've been going through the Bills' schedule here little by little, and we are nearing the end. Chicago, Week 15. They have a stretch there after a couple of 1 o'clock games where they go Thanksgiving night, Sunday at 4:25, Sunday night football, Saturday night football, Friday Christmas. Like the week 12 to week 16 schedule for the Bills is all over the place. They play on a Thursday, a Friday, a Saturday, and a Sunday in that stretch. They play night games. They play 4 o'clock games. They don't play any 1 o'clock games. But they do have a couple 1 o'clock games, obviously, earlier in the season. We'll talk to Peter in a moment. The other thing that we have not yet discussed today is the likelihood of a blue and gold goat head that we're going to get for what was announced yesterday by the NHL and Fanatics, hometown remix, and that means, they're going to come up with a long list of why this is meaningful to the community of every jersey they do. I also hope they do it like one at a time.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
That would be.
You got enough days before like preseason and regular season. Like drop one new alternate jersey a day in the NHL.
That'd be awesome. I think gray might be a good fit for the Sabres, right?
Oh, okay.
Maybe it might work.
With a blue collar on it?
Yeah.
We're going to get a blue and gold goat head?
I think so.
We're like 99% sure we're going to get a blue jersey with a white goat head.
I'm so anti that, it's not even funny.
So I really wasn't that strongly against it. I just thought it's fine, kind of boring, expected. Mm-hmm. Like we've seen things sold by the Sabres, whether it's merchandise or whether it is the alternate uniform they had a few years back that was all white. Right. Where we've had blue and gold goat heads. This would be the most, the most colorful of them.
For sure.
But it's bad because why is it really that bad?
They already have it. They're not treading any new ground. That's my thing. I see the goat head multiple times this season already. I don't need a blue version of it on the ice as well. We have the original Royal Blues. I think those two coexist perfectly as, their own entities. I don't think you need to start crossbreeding them, essentially,
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was cool for the reverse retro because it was all white. It was different. If you just throw the goat head on a home jersey at this point.
You are kind of still doing what you can call it an initiative, like whatever it is. They are still doing the thing that they're setting out to do, which I think is take an old uniform or concept and just spin it into different colors and whatnot.
Yeah.
I mean, I threw a couple mock-ups on Twitter. I like the idea of doing something with the 40th anniversary uniform.
Agreed. I think that's one of the best looks they've ever had, and they haven't done anything else with it.
No, and they've never really even flirted with doing anything else with it that I've seen. Anyways, we'll get back into that if you got an idea on uniform radio. We do need another one after the Bills came out with theirs, and we'll see. I don't think this one will be met as negatively as that one was. Let's go to the Western Hotline. Next on the Bills' schedule, the Packers in Week 14. That's a Sunday night game, and that'll be in Lambeau Field. The Bills make a trip to Lambeau once every 8 years. Peter from Locked On Packers, Locked On NFL as well. Locked On Today, excuse me. Thanks, Peter, for jumping on today.
Thanks for having me, and hopefully the Bills will not be dressed like the Montreal Alouettes when they come to Lambeau on Sunday night.
That's a good comparison. They definitely will not be. They'll be wearing white of some sort, I would assume. That I like having that matchup. I mean, that is a trip that is not made all that often, and I think there's a small list, Peter, of stadiums Josh Allen has not won in. I mean, that one you could say he hasn't scored a point in because I think that's the only game of his career they got shut out in, which of course is, years ago now.
Yeah, but it feels right. Like he is one of the signature players right now in the NFL. Lambeau Field is one of, if not the signature stadium in the NFL. And it is kind of unfortunate that they don't get to make that trip very often. It's what made, I was there in 2014 when Tom Brady came to Lambeau Field in a year where Aaron Rodgers was the MVP. Those were two of the best teams in the NFL. And it's just like those games, they have a little bit extra juice to them. And this one being on prime time Island game, like I think it's going to be a blast. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, me too. That, by the way, was Allen's third start of his career. So,
yeah.
A lot's happened. Lots happened since then. So what's kind of been the story of the Packers offseason so far? I mean, really, I guess maybe the starting point is I feel like I am always seeing debates about how good Jordan Love is, which I am one that thinks he is one of the better quarterbacks in football. And whether you're looking at like EPA stats for that or the film guys that are doing reviews on that, I don't know. How highly do you think of Love when compared to his peers in the league?
I think he is, there's that core group of guys at the top, for my money, and let me ingratiate myself to your audience, not just because I'm here, but I think Josh Allen for the last probably 2 or 3 years has been the best quarterback in the league. But there's clearly that top group of guys. I think he's in the next group. And I think that this could be the year that with Tucker Kraft coming back, they've streamlined the pass catcher group. That's been one of the big stories of this offseason is Romeo Doubs is now in New England. Dontavian Wicks is now in Philadelphia. And so their receivers are going to be Christian Watson, Jaden Reed, and Matthew Golden in a, sort of like nation role here for the Packers. And I think this could be the year they take the governor off a little bit of Jordan Love, and he has the counting stats to go along with all the efficiency stats that say he's been one of the most efficient, effective quarterbacks in the NFL. The stat I use a lot is since 2023, if you like EPA per play, and I do, the top 2 quarterbacks in the NFL since Jordan Love has been the starter in EPA per play, Josh Allen, Jordan Love. That's it. So that just tells you for what, you want to say Matt LaFleur plays a role in there. Cool. That's fine. I think that's true. But in terms of just like efficient quarterback play, Jordan Love has been one of the most efficient quarterbacks in the NFL. One of the reasons he doesn't have the counting stats, guys, is the Packers just play a slow pace. And it's been one of my criticisms of Matt LaFleur the last few years. Like they need to increase their play usage by like 30%. They need to play faster at times. They don't need to bleed the play clock down to 0. But one thing Matt LaFleur said this offseason is Jordan Love at the line of scrimmage is the best quarterback that he's been around. He was there for Aaron Rodgers for 2 MVP seasons. He was Matt Ryan's quarterback coach in 2016 when he was an MVP, and the Falcons had one of the best offenses we've ever seen. And he says Jordan Love at the line of scrimmage, making protection calls, getting into checks and alignment changes. He's the best that Matt LaFleur has been around. So that's one of the reasons why they do that. So they get in, okay, under center, kill, all the like cans and all those things that have become part of modern quarterback play. Jordan Love is really good at that, which is one of the reasons why they do play slow at times, because they just trust him to get in the perfect play.
It's funny. That sounds very similar to what the Bills have kind of transitioned to in the last couple of years, which has been a slower game, more running. I mean, I think some of that has been to protect their defense, but I've had the same mentality, which is EP per play. If you got the best guy in the league at EPA per play, you should be running more plays.
Yes, exactly right. You want to, and when you are the better team, which, in most of these games, the Bills and the Packers have the better team, or at least in the case of the Bills, you have the differentiator, the guy who maybe is the differentiator in the NFL right now. You want him to have as many plays as possible. You do not want variance. And the lower tempo and the lower possession games that you play, the more variance comes into play. I'll give you a perfect example. The Packers played the Panthers in October last year. They had 3 possessions in the first half. And I think they had 7 total for the game. Well, you introduce a little bit of variance. They fumbled in the red zone. They missed a field goal, and that's how you lose a game like that. And, you score 2.5 points per possession. You go, that's a pretty nice number. But if you only have 7 possessions, you can't even get to 20 points. Right. And so you need to play a little bit more of a higher variance game. And I think for both of these teams, you may see a little bit more higher variance defense. Jim Leonard a little bit more aggressive. Maybe want to blitz a little bit more. I think you're going to see that from Jonathan Gannon, too, more aggressive than Jeff Hafley was. And then maybe they'll give up some big plays, but then you get the ball back to your guy, and you let the offense go cook.
And the Bills might think personnel-wise they're better set up to do that, acquiring DJ Moore. I think it's a big reason why they did that this offseason. For the Packers, personnel-wise around Love, I know there's more clarity, it feels like, at receiver this year, and I've loved Jaden Reed since he entered the league, and he obviously had an injury-plagued year last season. So with their top 3 being a little bit more clear now, how good do you feel like it is, the setup around Love, even extending to what LaFleur is as a play caller, the offensive line, and also, again, those receivers?
I think this is the group for Jordan Love and Matt LaFleur with the way that they want to play. They want to chase explosive plays. They want to go big game hunting every down. And when they do pass, and I like to see them pass a little bit more, but when they do pass, they're chucking that thing. And that's how Jordan Love wants to play, and that's how Matt LaFleur wants to play. And so, like last year, they had the most explosive offense on any down last year was the Packers on 3rd down. And I love when teams are aggressive on 3rd down, third and short, 3rd and medium, 3rd and long. Don't try and get 7 yards when you need 7 yards. Try and get 17. Try and get 27. And you're not always going to hit, but when you do, those explosive plays are just so valuable to contributing to scoring points. And so Christian Watson, big, long, like extremely explosive. I'm not sure there's a faster guy that's 6'4" or bigger in the NFL than Christian Watson is. And he has become, he came off an ACL last year and came back and just looked like the same guy. In fact, looked like the best version we've ever seen of Christian Watson. Tucker Kraft, for the first half of last year, looked like the best tight end in the NFL. And so I think the pieces fit together really, really nicely. Jaden Reed, one of the more explosive vertical slot players, but can also do some of the gadget, scheme it up kind of stuff. And so this group is kind of the platonic ideal of the way you'd want to structure a Packers, Matt LaFleur, Jordan Love offense. And then, Josh Jacobs is your bell cow back. They're hoping for Marshawn Lloyd to be healthy this year. Finally, he gives you the chance to rip off some explosive runs, which they just don't have with Josh Jacobs. So this could be, even though it's not the deepest group that they've had, it could be the most explosive group that they've had, which is exactly how they want to play.
On Watson, so they paid him, and I know the counting numbers have not been there for him in his career. Part of that is he's missed some time, but last year, 611 yards is the career high. They pay him, they keep him. I know this from fantasy. There's expected to be a big glow up for him this year. Yeah. And what Jordan Love said about him recently and how they're going to use him, Z receiver, that was interesting to me because doesn't that kind of make it sound like they might view him more now as an all-around threat, more than I feel like the first few years of his career, you can correct me if I'm wrong, he's been used more as like just the vertical guy that's going to take the top off the defense. Some of those are going to be even cardio routes.
Yeah, plenty of cardio for Christian Watson early in his career. But he is also developed as a player. And he came from, a D1 dub program, but the best one, right, at North Dakota State. And so it took some time for him to develop the route running. He was not someone that would snap off routes early in his career. And now he can do that. Now he can get open one-on-one. And that has elevated his game. Last year, you look at, I think yards per route run is the stat in football. I think it is the most indicative single stat of any position because you earn targets, you earn yards, and at volume, Christian Watson last year was a top 10 receiver. According to Pro Football Focus's yards per route run metric, he was also qualitatively one of their top 10 receivers last year in grade. And I know people's grades, your mileage may vary on Pro Football Focus. I get that. That's fine. But the numbers say he was one of the most productive receivers in the NFL. If you extend out a 17-game schedule for him, he would have been a 1,000-yard receiver last year. So I think you're going to see that. The joke that I like to make, I like to call him Tall Y Hilton, because if you think about what T.Y. Hilton was in his prime, he was that big play vertical receiver. But on 3rd and 8, he could still win and get open and get you, a first down when you needed him to. And he could be a higher target guy. And Andrew Luck was the perfect quarterback because Andrew Luck wanted to chuck that thing too. So I think you're going to see someone who can do a little bit of everything. I think there was a 3rd down play against the Chicago Bears. Jordan Love threw 3 touchdowns in that first game against them, all 3 on 3rd down. And one of them was a slant from the slot where Love, he identifies man coverage, gives Christian a little bit of a hand signal. Hey, we're going to change the route here. And he wins quick on a slant, nobody in the middle of the field. And it's a foot race. And Christian Watson is going to win a foot race more often than not. I'm not sure I've ever seen him caught in the open field. He just can absolutely fly. And so those are the things that he's doing now that he wasn't doing early in his career. If he stays healthy, I think the hype around him is absolutely warranted. I think the only impediment to him having a monster season is the fact that they love Matthew Golden. He's been, I think, the most impressive receiver in training camp. And as soon as Tucker Kraft came back to doing 11-on-11 work, he was the focal point of the offense immediately. And it's built into this offense. I mean, we've seen a tight end carry the workload in a Shanahan-McVay type offense. Tucker Kraft said he's sending George Kittle clips to Matt LaFleur and say, hey, can we run this? Can we do this? Can we try this? And LaFleur's like, yeah, man, let's do it. And so I think Tucker Kraft is also going to be a pretty high volume player in this offense, not just fantasy, but on the field as an impactful guy. He was on his way to being an all-pro last year. If he stays healthy, he's got a chance to do it again this year.
Yeah, there's so many good players in that offense. Kraft was on his way to breaking out last year before the injury. Last thing on the offense, is there still a potential for a Josh Jacobs suspension?
It sounds like there is still a potential for a suspension, even though, he was arrested over Memorial Day. And then the decision was made not to charge him. Now, the NFL does not have to care about whether or not he was charged. They can look at, the police reports and witness statements and those sorts of things that they have access to that we don't. I have been trying to get whatever information that they have. I've been trying to figure out, there was a weird thing where a call was made and it wasn't until 2 days later that Josh Jacobs was ultimately arrested, and why that is, especially when they were looking for his car immediately. They never ended up, going and getting him, even though he was it's not hard to find Josh Jacobs in Green Bay, Wisconsin. So that part is weird. But again, no charges. They could still happen. If they're going to do something, though, it's got to be soon, right? The games start in less than a month. So we're going to have to get word from the NFL here soon. James Pierce Jr. just got his suspension in Atlanta. That's a very different thing because he was not only charged, he was set to go to trial. They ended up agreeing on a pretrial agreement where he's on probation. So it's not like he's going to face jail time, but he's still half the season is going to be lost for him. I don't expect that to be the case for Josh Jacobs. I think if he gets suspended, it'll be 4 games max. So, as long as he's healthy, he'd be there for Buffalo week 14. But there still is a chance. My understanding of the facts as we have them right now, though, is I would not expect him to be suspended unless something changes. And I don't know, what that could be. But I would think if we're sitting here now in late August and nothing has happened, I would be surprised at this point if something else did happen.
Right. It is so tough, though, right, to gauge like what the league is going to do on this.
Yeah.
We had a similar situation a couple of years ago. Von Miller had a similar incident where I believe he was charged, but then the charges were dropped like very quickly after the fact. And that was during the offseason. Actually, that was before that was during the 2023 season, if I remember correctly, Peter. And then he was suspended in October of 2024. Like the season had already begun, and then he was suspended 4 games. I don't think that's normal. There might only be a couple examples of that, but man, like the league can just do whatever they want. It almost feels like whenever they want on this.
Yeah, there's never been consistency with that stuff, unfortunately, and that's why they created a policy, right? They created a domestic violence policy that gives them broad latitude in these sorts of cases. So, the weird thing about this, again, is we have almost no information about what happened, what the accusations are. We know sort of like what was said, and we have like the 911 calls, but we don't know any of the other circumstances. We don't know what potential injuries were or anything like that. So it is really hard from the outside to gauge these things. I spoke to Josh Jacobs' lawyer a couple different times during the process, and he was like, I don't think anything is going to happen here, but we'll see. So it's certainly something that there's I don't think anyone should act like there is clarity here with what's going to happen.
All right. Lastly, before we let you go, how good is the defense expected to be this year, and how much of that is just when Micah Parsons comes back and what form he's in when he comes back?
Yeah, I think, when Micah Parsons is on the field, this is going to be a really good defense. And, last year against the Eagles, Jalen Hurts, after the Packers played the Eagles, he said that's the best defense we've seen this season. They had played, Brian Flores. They had played the Broncos, who had, statistically one of the best defenses in the NFL. And then without Micah, it fell off a cliff. Now, Jonathan Gannon is coming in now, replacing Jeff Hafley. The Packers have, for my money, the best safety duo in the NFL. And if you add Javon Bullard with Xavier McKinney and Evan Williams, I think the best 3 defensive back set that you could have at that middle sort of spine of the defense type part of the field. And then you add in Zaire Franklin in the offseason. He has been an immediate culture changer for the Packers, someone who just brings a nastiness and an edge. Along with Edgerrin Cooper, who's one of the young ascending players at the position at linebacker. I think they have one of the best middle-of-the-field defenses in terms of personnel. The question is going to be, can Lucas Van Ness stay healthy? He looked really good in camp last year, has looked really good in camp again. The guy just has to stay on the field, and he can be a really good player. They're thrilled with what Barron Sorrell looks like in year 2. He's going to be the starter opposite Lucas Van Ness until Micah Parsons gets back. He's been Micah Parsons' shadow this offseason. Everything Micah would have done, he has got, Barron Sorrell working with his trainer, doing workouts in the offseason. Like he has been, like I said, Micah Parsons' shadow while Parsons rehabs from the ACL injury. So they're really excited about that. The corner is the big question. That's the spot that Packer fans are most worried about. Keyshawn Nixon coming back. They added Brandon Cisse in the second round. He looks like an immediate keeper. He just looks like a starter. He just looks like one of those guys. And immediately is that. And then they brought in Benjamin St-Juste from the Chargers last year, who was surprisingly very good for the Chargers in playing a somewhat similar style of defense. So he's someone to keep an eye on as well. Could be team by October, frankly. He and Cisse, I think, are going to be those guys. So that's the big question mark with his team. If the pass rush is good, though, if Micah Parsons is on the field, even with Keyshawn Nixon and Carrington Valentine last year, they were a very good defense. So their defense can be really good. It's how good can they be without Parsons? The good news for the Packers is the schedule is not tough before Parsons gets back. They've got the Jets, they've got Tampa, they've got Minnesota to start the season. So they've got the Bears week 5. The expectation is that Micah's pushing to get back for week 6 against the Cowboys. So how well can the defense play the first 5 weeks of the season? Can they get through that 3-2, 4-1? And then they're set up really well when the schedule gets much tougher.
Peter Bukowski from Locked On Packers, also the Leap.football. Thanks, Peter. Always appreciate the time, and maybe we'll catch up again in December.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Peter Bukowski, Wester Hotline, as the Bills play the Packers later in the year, and that'll be a Sunday night game. Micah Parsons should be back by then, and Jacobs would likely be back by then if suspended also. Not saying, by the way, when I say like the NFL can do whatever they want, whenever they want, that is a negative thing, because if these guys are doing this, and even though they're not charged, like they still should be suspended. And if Jacobs is guilty or there's evidence that he did, I don't have the exact details in front of me, the domestic violence incident that happened in the offseason, then he should absolutely be suspended. 803-0550 is the phone number. The Raiders are asking for more public money to improve their stadium, $158 million improvement. The Raiders. Their stadium's 5 years old. What? What? 5-year-old stadium? They want, I mean, it's not $1 billion, but $158 million. So they want to make the stadium's north entry the new front door of the stadium.
Thought they were going to put a mini sphere in there.
It's an expensive front door.
Yeah.
What? They want a pedestrian deck, public plaza, event deck, and other transportation improvements. So this would be ahead of being the home of Super Bowl 63.
Right.
So they want it because they want it for the Super Bowl.
Okay.
But, man, it's an expensive improvement for a stadium that is 6 years old.
How would
2020
we feel if in 2031 or something the Bills were like, hey, we need $200 million more, please?
Yeah, that's a tough scene.
That would be tough, I think.
What do the Bills need to do, though?
They're not hosting a Super Bowl.
What did the Raiders think they had to do
True, fair.
5 years ago?
Yeah.
Like if the Bills decide in 5 years we want to change the stairwells.
Right.
So we need $100 million to do that or
We're
something.
going to add a hot tub club in or something. Like, you know.
Yeah, I'd listen to Hot Tub Club.
I think
on a deck overlooking the field.
Like the Jaguars thing, but a hot
Yeah,
tub
yeah,
to keep
because
you warm in the
you
winter.
wouldn't want to do a pool.
No.
Hot tub club.
It would have to be hot tub.
Wow, listen to this. This is we should have been on this 2 years ago. 3 years ago. When did they
should have
do the
called
blueprints? Hot Tub Club. I think that's a good idea. I mean, I've seen the videos of the 90s where, I mean, they probably still do this in the tailgate lots, of the fans before the AFC Championship game in 91, maybe it was before 51-3. And in the Bills yearbook video, there's fans in the hot tub before the game tailgating in like January with the snow all over. I like that idea. When we come back, how much credit should the Bills get for trying to go after big names? They tried on Vita Vea. They've tried on a lot of guys. The Sabres too. Hey, we tried to get this player. Does that do anything for you? Let me know what you think. 803-0550 coming back here on WGR. Hey, it's Sneaky Joe here. Summer driving. How about where the Browns are at now, Sal? Bills practicing against Cleveland today in Cleveland. And I was talking about in the first hour how if they had just sat still, feel like they had been this down in the dumps, horrible team for so long. They get Kevin Stefanski and Baker Mayfield, coach and quarterback. They make the playoffs. They win a playoff game. They had Kansas City on the ropes in 2020. Then Mayfield has the bad injury year, and they decide, like, we're going to do something totally different. And it takes a couple years, and I kind of feel like they're right back to where they were pre-Stefanski and Mayfield. Do you also look at them that way? Do you feel like they're, I don't know, not quite laughing stock of the league, but right back to doormat of the NFL?
Yeah, I'll tell you, Joe. I said this to Mike the other day, too, which is it felt like for a while, almost every year, there'd be a little bit of optimism and hope surrounding the Browns, right? Like, okay, they have a really good defense. They've drafted some studs there. They have Myles Garrett. Okay, they might have a young quarterback, but if not, how about, remember the offensive line, a best offensive line in football, right? Like, There were parts of the Browns that you would look at and say, they have something to work with here, and they have draft capital. They've done a good job of that. Feels like almost every other year they're resetting all this draft capital they have. On a side note, going even further back, I remember having discussions with Mike and Chris about, oh my God, how many draft picks the Browns have, and they're so set up, and they're either tanking or just terrible, and they're doing it right. And my position on this has always been, people who've listened to me long enough know that, like, I don't know if any of that matters if you don't like have the right people in charge and run the operation correctly, right? Like you could hit on a quarterback, there's no doubt you could do that, but it doesn't matter how many you're going to keep doing this every year and spinning your wheels if you don't have the right people in charge and making decisions. And that's why some teams are just bad teams all the time. Well, they were a team that felt, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to reset, but it felt like they were doing that all the time. And we'd always be talking about they have 2 first-round picks and 3 second-round picks. And then you get to the last few years, and there's always this bit of optimism. And then they're bad. What's wild is this year, I feel it's the opposite. I agree. Almost every time I turn on the radio and hear a Daryl Ryder or someone from The Fan in Cleveland, someone else, Ken Carman, every time I read something about the Browns, it's basically it's dysfunction, why they can't figure out the quarterback this year. The offensive line is certainly not what it used to be. Yeah, the defense might be pretty good, but there's no Myles Garrett anymore, right? Jared Verse's a nice player. Denzel Ward's a nice player. Todd Monken's a first-year head coach. He has to cancel or call practice early the other day because guys are getting into too many fights against each other. Hey, maybe this is the year, Joe, to be honest with you, that they surprise everybody because this is the opposite of what we've heard. But I agree with you where this seems like it's not going as planned like it had maybe the last few years when there was some optimism.
Right.
He doesn't say boo, he just comes in and works. And ever since we drafted him, 3 years ago. He's just steady, and he started from game one. He's been a guy, the number one thing we want to do is we want to be strong up front. We talk about that. We want to protect number 17. That's where it all starts. And so, at this point, other than the left guard, we've got everyone else for multiple years. Was going to do our best to not lose another guard.
Brandon Beane on signing back Osiris Torrance. Good player, but, long term, he might make it harder for you to go get a star player. Although I've been pointing out today that I do think the Bills are in a position right now where if one becomes available, they could do it, but it's just going to come down to, does the player actually get moved, and are you willing to go the extra mile and outbid everybody? As much as we'll talk about it here, they tried to get Vita Vea. Jordan Schultz reports the Bills were interested in trading for him with the Browns. It's not a guarantee they would have outbid, not the Browns, the Bears. It's not a guarantee they would have outbid the Bears. You can want Vita Vea all you want. They wanted him more. Okay, you didn't get him. So what's the difference? And that goes for the Sabres too. There's trying to get a guy, and then you actually got to close the deal and get it done. How much credit do you give Beane, or it could be Yarmo, going back in time to when you hear the Bills or the Sabres, they were in on this guy. They wanted him. They tried to get him, but they just, for whatever reason, didn't get it done. Bill in Old Ford's got a thought on this. Hey, Bill.
Hey, I give him no credit at all. First of all, let me start by saying I think Beane sucks. I think he should have gone 3 years ago. I think he sucks. Regardless, the Cowboys and Rams, they get the guy, man. I'm sorry. If McVay wants somebody, he's going to get him. If Jerry Jones wants him, he's going to get him. They always land these guys, okay? The last time the Bills got players that I wanted was when Doug Whaley was here. T.O. was thrilled when they brought T.O. in. He was great. They should have kept him another year, but they let him go. But regardless, they brought him in. Then Mario Williams. Thrilled when they brought in Mario Williams, right? And then LaShawn McCoy, even though I loved Kiko, LaShawn McCoy was the last time they got a guy I actually wanted, one of the big fish. I think Beane sucks, and no, there's no excuse. You want to get him, go get him like the Cowboys and the Rams do. That's all I got to say about it.
Was Vaughn didn't fit that qualification for you when they got Vaughn?
No, because he was old and he was coming off an injury, and I personally never really liked Von Miller's personality, so I was a little biased. But no, I thought he was old coming off an injury. I didn't want him. And also, you could throw in Diggs. I didn't like the way Diggs pushed his way out of Minnesota, and I immediately said, I don't know, man. He's going to probably do the same thing in Buffalo. He's one of those guys who's never going to be happy, and guess what? He did the same thing in Buffalo. So those two guys, Von Miller did nothing for us other than 7 games. Diggs put up some numbers, but I was never a big Diggs guy, and the way he got out of Buffalo kind of cemented what I thought he was going to do, just like he did in Minnesota. So, no, I wasn't big on those guys. They were decent. Well, no, Diggs was a decent player. Von Miller was just whatever.
Okay.
Albatross on or not with the salary cap.
T.O., though, wait. T.O. was both of those guys. He was old and coming off more drama than Diggs had. Right?
But the Bills, well, at that point, the Bills needed a star on the team. They needed some star power, man. The team wasn't great. So when they brought T.O. in, I was like, whatever, bring him in. It was exciting. He brought excitement to the team when they were not very good, when Fitz was quarterback and stuff.
Yeah.
So T.O., the other thing is this. I thought T.O. was head and shoulders above Stephon Diggs. Size-wise, everything he brings to the table. I thought T.O. was more of a number one guy than Diggs was. So I guess that's what I was parse that up. Mario Williams was still in his prime. Von Miller was kind of old and off an injury. And then LaShawn McCoy speaks for itself. We got the better end of the deal, even though we lost Kiko. We got LaShawn McCoy in his prime also. He was great when he was here. So those three names, I like those players better than Diggs and Von Miller coming in.
Thanks, Bill, for the call. I think you kind of sound like you're not willing to give Beane any credit for anything. And I think if you want to be fair, and I think when you're looking at the chase of a star player, has it happened enough? I don't think so. But you brought up two examples that, by the way, are more years apart than I think they feel. They're like 4 years apart.
Yeah.
The T.O. one was such a... I like T.O. too. I love T.O. I had his jersey when I was a kid. I think he is the second best receiver that has ever played the sport. But at that point in time, he was not as good as Diggs.
Right.
He was still good. He was still very good. I mean, he had he had almost 1,000 yards in his final season in the NFL. Like, he had more to give. But Diggs was an elite receiver, and they were trying to win with him. I think the overall point is these moves are not made enough, and that even if it is comparable to the previous regimes, that's not a good result, because the idea of having Josh Allen, and this gets said a bunch, it's supposed to be easier to recruit players to come here because you have the franchise quarterback. And if I can go back in time and find as many examples of the team acquiring star players when their quarterback was Ryan Fitzpatrick, Trent Edwards, or Tyrod Taylor, compared to when Josh Allen is their quarterback, it's not very good at bringing in.
It's pretty horrific.
That's not a great example of, it's easier to get star players to come here because Josh Allen is your quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
If that's true, where's the evidence of it?
Right.
Because so far, I have Vaughn. And I have Diggs, and that is kind of it. And right. Diggs is a trade, but he did need to sign off on it because he told the story in the middle of 2019. He had the opportunity to come here, and he didn't want to do it. And then he watched Josh Allen for the second half of that season, and by the offseason of 2020, he wanted to come here. So I would count him. But two guys in now 6 years of Allen being an elite quarterback that really moved the meter coming to Buffalo. That's not a great example of you have a franchise quarterback, you can get whoever you want.
Right.
They didn't get Vita Vea.
No.
I mean, I don't agree with the caller that I would give no credit for chasing these players.
Agreed.
Because I also know what the alternative looks like. When Kevin Adams was the GM of the Buffalo Sabres and they were not involved in anything,
ever,
and all they wanted to do was grow internally and let it cook and see how long it took to become a great team. Like, we're just going to do that forever. It was way too many years of that.
Yep.
That's not better. That's not better. I'd rather have my GM at least shooting for these things.
Right.
But there is a line of demarcation between, all right, you've been trying, but now I need to see some results. You got to pull it off a couple times.
Well, that's the thing. That's the difference between the Bills and Sabres in their current state. Because I think the Sabres being in on Hellebuck says more about what's going on behind the scenes than the Bills saying they're in on the eighth player that they've been in on in the last calendar year, right? So it's all subjective to how often it occurs in my mind. And the Bills have done it too often to the point where it hasn't landed, that it just means absolutely nothing, I feel like, at this point.
Exactly. You just can't. There's only so many times you can go to that and have people be like, all right, I get it. I think that's what we've experienced.
It just sounds like a
here.
cop-out
It's
now.
Just, yeah, exactly. It turns into what feels more like an excuse than a reason, and that grows frustrating when you're running out of runway with the best quarterback on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's where you should stand, is that, listen, thanks for calling, thanks for trying. You don't get points for trying anymore. Not anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you did for the first 3 years or first few years after Vaughn or whatever.
Because they did it.
Because they did it.
They did it.
Right.
Multiple times.
And then it gets to a point where you've tried 4 more things and now it's not working still, and you still haven't gotten it done, and now everybody's like, hey, what's up with this?
Because then it's, I'm not even saying that draft, develop, re-sign is that bad of a strategy. It kind of has to be the foundation for every team. But to what degree do you want to take that? Because sure, unless you're the Rams, you have to sign, you have to draft well, you have to develop well, and then you want to pick the guys that you re-sign. The Bills seem to pick all of them.
Yeah,
almost all of them. To what degree do you want to leave space for, I am going to surround my quarterback with stars when I can get my hands on them? And that part of roster building has just not really existed for the Bills. And I don't know if that is the GM tries to do it, and it's actually harder than you think it is. It is not just, well, you have Josh Allen so you can get whoever you want. Maybe not. maybe because you are still Buffalo, Vita Vea said he wanted to go west. Maybe Vita Vea would have told them no. Maybe that happened. He wanted to go out west if he was going to leave. Von almost didn't pick the Bills. He told the story of when he was on the plane over here, he almost reversed his decision to go to Dallas.
Yeah, where he's now at.
For less money, by the way. For less money. So, one of two things is true. Either the Bills don't want to do it enough, or the idea that, well, you have Josh Allen, so it's 1,000 times easier for you than it used to be to get star players like when you got Mario Williams and when you got T.O., who was, again, old. I don't even know if he really deserves to be in this. He doesn't.
Right.
And then LaShawn McCoy in a trade. Why did Mario Williams and LaShawn McCoy agree to come here? McCoy didn't want to come here originally.
No.
Mario visited. Why'd they choose Buffalo? Money.
A bunch of money. Yeah, that's the reason most of these guys do a lot of the stuff they do.
Why did Von choose Buffalo? Because he can say quarterback all he wants. He chose the Bills over the Cowboys because they were paying more.
Right.
And is that still the same thing? I have Allen, but is it any different? Do I still need to be the highest bidder money-wise? Is the only way I get Vita Vea, I'm going to offer him $35 million, and everyone else is going to offer $30.
I think what Allen does is it doesn't take you out of conversations. It does not win you them. It allows you, like, there will be some players that go, do they have a quarterback? No, then I'm not going there no matter what. They have a quarterback? Cool. Are they paying enough?
Yeah.
You get to the second question with the quarterback. I think with the first, without the quarterback, you end up in a spot where all you can do is throw the money at him, and that isn't always enough.
Right, because they want to win a championship, and you're not going to do that
Right.
if you don't have the quarterback.
It keeps more doors open for you. I don't think it closes any deals.
Mm-hmm. We're approaching the point where the batter has struck out. He's got a .15 batting average, and that's where this is at right now. Like, that's where the frustration is. And it's a continued strikeout. They're not making contact at all.
There also could be examples I'm not thinking of guys at the bottom of rosters that's like, does Emmanuel Sanders sign his 1-year deal for not a lot of money with the Bills because that guy wants to play with Josh? Like, I could listen to that. That is 4 years ago now. 5 years ago now, actually, maybe.
It's a long time ago.
Otherwise, it's all players that used to play here that are coming back. So I just would like to see more examples, if it's true, of Allen makes it easier to recruit players to come here. I would just like to see more examples of that. You know, you got DJ Moore. DJ Moore came with a bag of money that gave him a crazy guarantee over 3 years that I didn't think he was about to get. If you got a thought on this, we'll try to squeak in an Extendo Sports or hang on for the Extra Point Show. Because also when we come back, there's an odd college football ruling that came down from a judge that's going to create a weird scenario where a player could go from the NFL to college, and it might happen like this month. That's next. In terms of what the Bills will see today and then maybe to some extent on Saturday also, Sal, look, on the Browns defense, there are a couple of nice pieces. I don't know, again, like how good the unit will be overall, but even Jared Verse getting him back from Myles Garrett, he's not as good as Myles Garrett, but he's a really good young player, and there are others on that defense that the Bills will, have to go up against today and Saturday.
Yeah, and look, we've talked a lot about DJ Moore against Christian Benford in one-on-ones, right? Well, Denzel Ward today will be a guy, that maybe they'll go against. I love watching the one-on-ones, and we'll see if they get matched up. We'll even see, honestly, if DJ Moore is practicing today. That's going to be a story today. Who's practicing? Who is not practicing, Joe? Yep. Because the Bills have been without a few guys here, and they missed some guys on Tuesday at the open practice back in Buffalo. So, today is a day where we'll see if they get some guys back, and what that looks like for them. The good news is, when you're in a practice setting like this, generally rules apply where you don't hit the quarterback. So, as where Josh Allen got touched a few times, to say the least, in Saturday's preseason game and grabbed and pulled on and things like that. You don't get that today. You shouldn't get that today, at least. So you can get some work in with Josh Allen and the first-team offense going against a live defense, but not having the quarterback get touched like a regular practice setting. And I just wrote at WGR550.com this morning that Jim Leonard, what he was asked, what do you want to see from your defense? He said, number one is physicality. So I expect it to be a physical practice today, and you hope that everybody gets out healthy. You hope there's not a lot of fights. Things are going to happen, skirmishes, scuffles, whatever. But you hope you get out of it and get the work accomplished and everybody stays healthy.
Caller 5 right now at 716-221-4WGR. Wins 4 tickets for you and your friends. Country Rising Festival at Outer Harbor Terminal B, Friday, August 28th, featuring Big X The Plug, Red Farron, and more. Why are they debating on ESPN right now whether pineapple belongs on pizza? Are they that... Could they possibly be that starved for content?
I mean, we talked about fair food yesterday.
They're eating it. Maybe that's why. Is it there? Someone brought in pineapple pizza?
Some sort of sponsor.
Super quick. The judge in Louisiana that ruled against the NCAA. So there's a bunch of players that were at Ole Miss in, I think, 2 years ago or this year that get an extra year of eligibility. And that judge ruled that the players that are in the NFL right now if they don't make their 53-man rosters, they can return to college.
Whoa.
So there are a few players, not a lot, but a couple. One of them actually is on Cleveland. Tight end, where'd it go? Daquan Wright.
Okay.
Plays for Cleveland right now, undrafted free agent. If he doesn't make the Browns 53-man roster, he'll play in the preseason, I assume, on Saturday against the Bills. And he could play for Ole Miss next month. If he doesn't make the roster, he's allowed to go back to Ole Miss.
That is crazy.
Pete Thamel talked to one guy, someone from the SEC, who said, it's a coach, it's very odd right now. I'm watching preseason film to see, NFL preseason film, to see if this guy could help us this season. Because he could go anywhere.
That's wild.
Crazy times in the NCAA. If you're on hold, hang out. Next up, the Extra Point Show. Next. Talk to you tomorrow.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Gorfel, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.